Book, full audiobook created for Quiet Place Archive. Enjoy the listening. The menopause, that time in a woman's life at which her sexual activities come to their natural termination, marked by the cessation of menstruation, is known as the menopause, climax, or climacteric period. This change of life, from a condition of sexual maturity to a condition of quiescence of sexual functions, is not a sudden one, the symptoms of sexual retrogression making their appearance gradually, until the cessation of the monthly recurring menstrual flow indicates that the termination of sexual activity has arrived, and that sexual death is taking place. The influence of this period of life is not manifested by the sexual organs alone. In these latter, indeed, various changes may be detected already before the cessation of menstruation, whilst after that cessation, the atrophic changes characteristic of old age proceed in these organs with a slow but continuous advance. But the disturbances evoked by the climacteric involve the entire organism and affect the functions of numerous organs, giving rise to a true storm of irritant phenomena, and to manifestations of decay of manifold nature. The stormy manifestations, the occurrence of which led the ancients to denote this period as the critical age of a woman's life, are in the first place due to changes in the ovaries. The tissue changes in these organs give rise to a powerful ovarian stimulus, which, by irradiation and reflex action, leads to the occurrence of a number of nervous disturbances, vasomotor manifestations, and circulatory disorders. Whilst owing to the cessation of the internal secretions of the ovaries, numerous and intense pathological disorders of metabolism arise. These various symptoms become apparent at the very outset of the menopause, when the oncoming entire cessation of menstruation is already foreshadowed by irregularity in the periods, gradual diminution in the quantity of the flow, and variations in the number of days during which the flow on each occasion persists. The manifestations of the menopause are in fact so striking that from ancient times down to the present day, a widespread belief has prevailed that a special danger to a woman's life is threatened by the climacteric age. The statistics available on this subject are, however, of dubious significance. Although it cannot be denied that the changes in the entire organism which attend the extinction of sexual activity bring numerous dangerous influences into play, yet I feel bound to maintain that these dangers are by no means so great as those which are involved by the sexual life in its ripest period of development, the dangers of pregnancy, parturition, and the puerperium. It is often asserted that in this critical period of the menopause, the mortality of the female sex is notably increased. The data available are somewhat conflicting, but a careful examination leads us to believe that, if due allowance is made for the natural increase in mortality with advancing years, no important increase in the mortality of women can be traced as due to the troubles and disturbances of the climacteric period. The age at which a woman's last sexual epoch begins is a very variable one. The duration of the change of life, the length of time during which the occurrence of the change is manifested by local and general disturbances, also varies greatly. Not less variable are the intensity and the general distribution of the symptoms which mark the climacteric. The external configuration of woman at the climacteric age is usually characterized by signs of overripeness, and these changes appear to exercise upon certain men, more especially very young men, a peculiar kind of erotic stimulus. Many women remain long at this period quite fresh-looking, with a vivid, youthful coloring. Others, however, early manifest alterations in their finer feminine characteristics, hairs, for instance, sprouting on the chin, and the voice becoming deeper in tone. The outward characters of senescence, with withering of the tissues, are not commonly manifested at this time, but first make their appearance in later years, after the completion of the menopause. A tendency to the excessive accumulation of fatty tissue is one of the most distinctive characteristics of the menopause, varying, however, greatly in degree according to race, family predisposition, and nutritive conditions. The dominant tone is thus given to the physical configuration by the deposit of fat. The face comes to have a rounded, spherical appearance, the eyes looking smaller in proportion, whilst the furrows and folds which form the natural boundaries between the features become indistinct. The formation of the double chin and the abundant deposit of fatty tissue in the supraclavicular region gives to these extremely obese women an appearance of such a shortening of the neck that head and thorax seem to be connected as it were by a great mass of fat, marked by furrows in the thyroid and subhyoid regions. The breasts sometimes attain an enormous size, hanging down to the gastric and even to the umbilical region. The abdomen is greatly enlarged, the fat in the anterior abdominal wall projecting more especially in the hypogastric region, hanging down in 2 or 3 horizontal rolls over the tops of the thighs, and pushing the mons veneris downwards so that this latter itself projects over the genital fissure. The posterior projection of the buttocks is also greatly increased, until they form a huge elastic cushion, of which the sensual Orientals, who regard obesity in women as a beauty, poetically write. Her face is like the full moon, and her buttocks are like 2 pillows. Occasionally, so huge a mass of fat forms beneath the tuberosity of the ischium that the configuration of the nates reminds us of the well-known stetopiga, or fat trump of the Hottentot and Bosjesman women. In the genital organs, as already mentioned, the genital fissure is hidden by the projection of the mons veneris. The labia majora are also greatly enlarged by the deposit of fat, so that they look like 2 great cylinders lying side by side. Another way in which the characteristic sexual beauty is often lost in extremely obese women is by the falling out of the pubic hair. Morrow, in his work on the natural history of woman, describes the changes occurring in a woman at the climacteric in similar terms, and concludes, "The only elements of a woman's beauty that may sometimes be saved from the wreck, to persist for a shorter or longer time after the climacteric, are the abundance of her hair, the vivacity of her glance, and sometimes also the amiable expression of her countenance." Gradually, however, even these last remnants of beauty disappear, and old age takes possession with its irresistible force. Nonetheless, some women may preserve substantial elements of beauty for a long time after the menopause. A classical example of this fact is furnished by Ninon de l'Enclos. When she died, at the age of 90, she was still beautiful. At the age of 65, she aroused the passionate love of a young man who, unfortunately, was her own son. When informed of this, he committed suicide. A young abbé fell in love with her when she was 75 years old. The psychical life of woman is profoundly affected by the stormy physical changes of the climacteric. Not merely does a woman entertain the disturbing thought that the critical age has begun, bringing in its train certain dreaded dangers to her health and even her life, but she is further depressed by the consciousness that she is about to lose her feminine attractions and to decline in sexual esteem, and that her reproductive capacity is now to be extinguished. She realizes vividly that the beautiful past, the loving and beloved womanhood, is now to be left behind forever, and by this an intelligent and sensitive woman cannot fail to be profoundly affected. Her feelings at this time were never more characteristically expressed than by the Frenchwoman who said, "Autrefois, quand j'étais femme." If indeed a woman has been so fortunate as to have made a happy marriage, to have borne healthy children, and to be living a satisfactory family life, she will be enabled to bear with comparative equanimity the disappearance of her sexual life. But it is different with the childless wife and with the unmarried woman, who, at the onset of the climacteric, must bury all their sexual aspirations, and who see the remainder of their lives stretch before them without hopes for the future. The psychical predisposition and the intellectual education of the woman concerned will now determine whether she will bear the onset of the menopause with composure and resignation, or whether she will become a prey to melancholia. Women of the former kind will seek to find employment for the powers set free by their sexual non-activity, in services of neighborly affection, in works of benevolence, and in the performance of social duties. Women less happily endowed will display their hostility to the world in ill nature, scandal-mongering, and intrigue, thus giving vent to their inward bitterness. Whilst those, finally, with hereditary predisposition to nervous degeneration, will become the prey of veritable psychoses. A by no means rare result of the excited fantasy and of the eager desire not to grow old is displayed at the climacteric in the form of self-deception. The women thus affected cannot understand and cannot be made to believe that the cessation of menstruation is the natural sign of their sexual decadence. They trick themselves into believing that in their case it is a sign that they have become pregnant. We must not indeed forget that the enlargement of the abdomen, so common at the commencement of the climacteric, in association with the unexpected failure of the menstrual flow to appear, the frequent dyspeptic troubles, and the enlargement of the breasts in consequence of the deposit of fat in these organs, often enough lead to appearance which have a deceptive resemblance to the clinical picture of early pregnancy. The mistake is the more readily made because the breasts sometimes secrete a serous fluid, whilst sacrake is not infrequent, and peristaltic movements of the intestines are mistaken for the movements of the fetus. Cases of this kind, in which all the objective signs of pregnancy appear to be present, and in which it is impossible to convince the woman that she has been deceiving herself, and that all the signs and symptoms are due to the menopause, are mentioned already by very early writers, and have been frequently reported by modern gynecologists. Sexual desire in woman by no means reaches its physiological term with the climacteric and the cessation of menstruation. On the contrary, we have observed it to be the rule that shortly before and at the commencement of the climacteric, there is a considerable increase in the libido sexualis, and at the same time an increase in sexual sensibility during coitus. This sexual erethism makes its appearance in a manner often extremely surprising to the husband, and especially surprising in the case of women who have previously been characterized by a certain frigidity in sexual matters, and who have, perhaps, always needed strong persuasion before they would consent to perform their marital duties. It is by no means rare for the increased sexual impulse to manifest itself in some pathological form. Even some time after the menopause, when senile changes in the genital organs are far advanced, the sexual impulse may still be remarkably active. There is an interesting analogy in the fact that Gleevec observed that the sexual impulse was persistent in women in whom an artificial menopause had been induced by oophorectomy, and that Lawson Tate and L. Smith have reported cases in which dyspareunia, which had existed prior to the operation, passed away after the removal of the ovaries, so that after the artificial menopause, voluptas coendi for the first time made its appearance. Other authors, Goodell for instance, report that libido sexualis is retained only for a short time after oophorectomy, but subsequently disappears, as in the course of the physiological menopause, and that, at the same time, the voluptas coendi is entirely extinguished. When the menopause is fully established, and the processes of involution in the reproductive organs have taken place in a normal manner, the woman has had time to acquiesce in the inevitableness of the changes that have occurred, and she often attains a state of emotional repose which was quite unknown to her in the earlier phases of her sexual life. More particularly, those women who hitherto during menstruation, and for some days before and after the flow, have been the prey of numerous nervous symptoms and troubles, rejoice, after the menopause, at their new-won freedom from these pains and disquiets, at their delivery from the excitements of the reproductive system, at their now uninterrupted state of well-being. I once saw a group of statuary by Pietro Balestra entitled Time Carries Off Beauty. A beautiful woman was striving in vain to resist the overwhelming might of Kronos, whilst Cupid, about to be abandoned, was standing sorrowfully by. Here we have a symbolic representation of the sexual epoch of the menopause. In a recently published romance, Les Demi-Veils, Yvette Gilbert has described in a manner most true to nature the feelings of the half-old, the mental condition of women at the climacteric. They endeavor to remain young, to hide their defects, they seek once again the intoxication of love. But that which aforetime in hours of depression they have foreseen now becomes a dreadful reality. When the lemon has been squeezed dry, the skin is thrown away. Sooner or later after the completion of the menopause, the signs of senile marasmus become apparent. The soft, feminine configuration of the face disappears, the features become coarser, approaching the masculine type, hairs appear on the upper lip and on the chin. The voice becomes deeper and harsher. As decrepitude begins, the breasts wither, a change that occurs sooner in proportion to the degree in which their functions have been in previous years exercised by suckling, but also sometimes after a life of complete sexual inactivity. Even in cases in which the loss of substance of the breasts is apparently small, the glandular tissue of the organs has really disappeared and has been replaced by fat. In advanced age, the breasts become quite small, wrinkled, flaccid, and dependent, and sometimes atrophied to become mere cutaneous folds. The nipples project more prominently, they are darker in color, and their surface is wrinkled. In the genital organs, the fat disappears from the mons veneris, which becomes flattened, whilst the pubic hair ceases to be curly, and much or all of it is ultimately shed. The labia majora become thin and flaccid, until they are mere empty folds of skin. They are widely separated, so that the vaginal orifice is closed only by the withered nymphae, until these latter are themselves ultimately indicated by mere traces. Where the menopause has been artificially induced, the signs of senescence do not appear immediately after the removal of the ovaries. Their development is a very gradual one. The sexually mature woman, from whom these tokens of femininity have been removed, experiences at first little change in external configuration, beyond a somewhat exaggerated tendency to the deposit of fat. The other changes described do not usually set in until the physiological climacteric age is attained. A few cases only have been observed in which, after oophorectomy, a rapid change to the masculine configuration has been observed. Seldom, if ever, does it happen that menstruation suddenly ceases without any notable constitutional disturbance, so that in a moment, as it were, the menopause is effected without any period of transition. Rarely, even, do we meet with cases in which the peculiar manifestations foreshadowing or accompanying the cessation of menstruation last for no more than a few weeks. Most commonly, the irregularities of the menstrual function and the associated symptoms of the climacteric period endure for months and occasionally for years. According to my own observations, the mean duration of the climacteric manifestations is from 2 to 3 years, the limits of variation in individual cases being, however, exceedingly wide. The manifestations which accompany the cessation of menstruation are as a rule the following. The woman is for some months in an irritable condition, complains of digestive disturbances, constipation, meteorism, epistaxis, hemorrhoidal flux, congestions of the head, increasing fugitive sensations of heat, and a tendency to profuse perspiration. The length of the intermenstrual interval commonly increases to as much as 6 or 8 weeks. The flow itself becomes scantier. In other cases, however, the flow becomes much more abundant and the intermenstrual intervals much shorter than normal. In some cases, the regularity of the flow is altogether lost. It appears now soon, now late, and is now scanty, now profuse. Sometimes the intervals are several months. It may be 6, 8, and even 10 months. Then again, the flow will occur every 2 or 3 weeks. In exceptional cases, a scanty flow persists right through what should be the interval, so that menstruation becomes continuous, with periodic increases in the flow. Not infrequently, after a sudden cessation of the flow lasting for many months, menstruation recurs and continues at regular intervals for a long time, until the final cessation of menstrual activity. The mode of cessation which is most favorable to a woman's general health is for the duration of the intermenstrual interval gradually to increase, whilst pari passu with this increase, the amount of the flow progressively decreases until it ceases altogether. In such cases, the general constitutional disturbance is reduced to a minimum. On the other hand, the sudden cessation of menstruation gives rise to profound disturbance of the domestic economy of the feminine organism and causes violent changes therein. But even the gradual cessation of menstruation causes notable disturbance of the woman's mental and physical equilibrium, if the irregularities in the menstrual process are very great and spread over a very long period, more especially when the loss of blood is extensive. Even after the menopause, after the final termination of the flow, there persists a more or less regular recurrence of certain symptoms referable to the continuance of ovulation. Sacrake, a sense of abdominal tension, a feeling of heat and fullness in the pelvis, dragging pain in the hypogastrium, and general irritability occur at intervals, so that the woman thus affected sometimes describes herself as suffering from the continuance of a bloodless menstruation. Tilt made observations in 637 women in order to ascertain the various modes in which the menopause occurs and obtained the following results. The menopause occurred by gradual diminution of the amount of the flow in 171 women, 26.84%, by sudden interruption of the flow in 94 women, 14.76%, by sudden interruption and a terminal attack of metrorrhagia in 43 women, 6.75%. By a terminal attack of metrorrhagia in 82 women, 12.87%. By a series of attacks of metrorrhagia in 56 women, 8.79%. By alternations of very profuse and very scanty menstruation in 36 women, 5.65%. By irregular recurrence of menstruation, at intervals exceeding 21 days in 99 women, 15.54%. By irregular recurrence at intervals of less than 21 days in 33 women, 5.18%. By irregular recurrence, the intervals being sometimes longer and sometimes shorter than 21 days in 23 women, 3.61%. The two principal dangers of the climacteric period in women are, first, the great tendency to profuse uterine hemorrhages, and, secondly, the liability to the occurrence of malignant tumors, more especially to carcinomatous disease of the ovaries, the uterus, and the mammae. With regard to the question whether, in any particular individual, the course of the menopause is likely to be favorable or unfavorable, there are, in my experience, 4 considerations of principal prognostic significance: the condition of the woman during the menarche, the state of the general health at the time of commencement of the menopause, the degree to which the sexual functions have been and are being exercised, and the manner in which the cessation of menstruation takes place. As a rule, the disturbances and pathological states of the climacteric period will be especially frequent and severe in women whose sexual development at the time of the menarche was accompanied by severe disturbances of the general condition. In every individual, there appears to be a certain connection between the manifestations attending the menarche and those attending the menopause, of such a nature that according as puberty has been passed through, with little or with much disturbance of the general condition, a similar favorable or unfavorable course of the menopause may be prognosticated. If at the time of the menarche there were severe nervous manifestations, or heart troubles of a serious kind, the passage of the menopause may be expected to give rise to neuropathic affections and to cardiac disturbances in a similar manner. The woman's state of general health is likewise of importance in determining whether the course of the menopause will be favorable or unfavorable. Perfectly healthy women, with a quiescent temperament and in favorable circumstances of life, will pass most easily through the climacteric period without disturbance of their general condition. Every departure from normal health has an unfavorable influence upon the course of the climacteric. In women of a plethoric habit of body, there is an especial tendency at this time to the occurrence of symptoms of stasis and hyperemia. Chlorotic and anemic women are more prone than others to suffer at the time of the menopause from uterine hemorrhages. Women of a sanguinoerythistic constitutional disposition often manifest at this epoch a tendency to neuroses and psychoses. Those women have the best prospect of a smooth and undisturbed passage through the climacteric age, who enter upon it in a state of perfect health. Less favorable is the prognosis in the case of those women who already some time before the climax, at the outset of the 4th decade of their lives, have begun to complain of severe hemorrhages and various other pathological states. Regarding the influence which the sexual activity of a woman during the menarche exercises upon the course of the climacteric, it may be said, generally speaking, that a previous free exercise of the sexual functions in normal conditions has a favorable influence upon the state of health during the menopause. Women who have been married for many years, who have had many children, and who have suckled these children, pass through the changes of the climacteric much more easily than old maids, than women who have lived for many years in continent widowhood, or than women who have had very few children or none at all. The practice of prohibitive coitus, i.e., the use during intercourse of methods of preventing the occurrence of conception, a form of sexual immorality which has become extraordinarily common during the last few decades, has an unfavorable influence upon the course of the climacteric. Unfavorable, also, is the effect of great sexual activity during the 4 or 5 years immediately preceding the menopause. Women who marry shortly before the commencement of the climacteric, and those who have given birth to a child shortly before this time, commonly experience very severe disturbances during the menopause. Prostitutes who continue the active pursuit of their profession until the climacteric age have at this time much to suffer. women who have had difficult deliveries, or several miscarriages, or severe puerperal illnesses. And indeed, speaking generally, those women who have been subject to any kind of disease of the reproductive organs are apt to suffer from serious disturbances of the general health during the climacteric period. The mode in which the cessation of menstruation takes place is also causally connected with the easy or difficult course of the menopause. Premature cessation of menstruation, or very sudden interruption of this function, has a deleterious effect, manifesting itself both by local disorders of the reproductive organs and by general disturbances in the nervous system and in the circulatory organs. On the other hand, a late menopause and a gradual cessation of menstruation are both usually accompanied by a favorable course of the climacteric phenomena. The influence of sexual activity upon the course of the climacteric is described by Bush in the following terms. Women who have led an exhausting mode of life, who have had intercourse too frequently, those who have been given to onanism or to some other sexual irregularity, and who therefore enter upon the menopause with flaccid and deteriorated reproductive organs, are liable to hemorrhagic and mucus fluxes, to prolapse, carcinoma, dropsies, enlargements, and suppurative processes. Women, on the other hand, who have lived a life of strict isolation and who have forcibly repressed all sexual inclinations, frequently suffer from ossifications, indurations, and atrophic conditions of the reproductive organs, and also from neoplasmata. After an artificial menopause, induced by the operative removal of the ovaries, similar manifestations occur to those witnessed during the natural menopause. Similar disturbances and troubles occur in both cases, but in the artificial menopause they are commonly more severe than in the natural. They last also for a longer time, varying usually from 3 to 6 years. Moreover, in the artificial menopause, as in the natural, the disturbance of health is more severe and lasts longer in proportion to the youth of the individual. Further, in the artificial menopause also, the intensity and the duration of the climacteric manifestations are influenced by the constitutional state and by the condition of the genital organs at the time when the operation is performed. We note, moreover, that, just as in the physiological menopause, the attendant troubles are most violent in the initial period, and then gradually subside, so also after the induction of an artificial menopause by the removal of the ovaries, the resultant disturbances rapidly increase in severity to attain their maximum in from 3 to 6 months. And then, after lasting for a year or so, they gradually become less severe, until they are ultimately extinguished. The extensive process of transformation, which goes on in a woman's system during this period of the sexual life, from the very first diminution in ovarian activity to the complete extinction of the reproductive functions, manifests itself throughout the organism by means of a series of changes, which can for the most part be referred either to states of blood stasis and their consequences, congestion of various organs, hemorrhages, and disorders of secretion, or else to perversions of nervous function. The most manifold symptoms of disordered circulation may occur. Hyperemic states of the central nervous system, flushings of the face, the so-called fugitive heats, a tendency to epistaxis, to hemorrhoidal flux, and to profuse perspiration. The changes which take place in the reproductive organs at the time of the menopause give rise to venous engorgement and to collateral congestions. Such a condition of venous hyperemia may occur in the gastric and the intestinal mucous membrane, giving rise to various dyspeptic manifestations, and at times, when severe, even to actual gastric and intestinal catarrh. Hyperemia of the liver may also arise. In this case, the pressure of the distended blood vessels on the biliary ducts may interfere with the outflow of the bile and thus give rise to a slight icterus. Further, the intra-abdominal venous congestion leads to overfilling of the hemorrhoidal veins and hence to bleeding piles. When the congestion is long-lasting, various further morbid changes may arise. Pulmonary hyperemia may eventuate in bronchitis. Hyperemia of the cerebral meninges may cause very severe headache. There may be syncopal attacks, tinnitus aurium, choroidal congestion, impaired vision, etc. Congestion of a more active nature arises from an increased and usually accelerated flow of blood through the vessels of a part in which the resistance to the bloodstream has been lowered proportionately to its propulsive force. In this way arises that characteristic symptom of the menopause known as ardor fugax, fugitive heat, one link in the long chain of vasomotor manifestations occurring at this period of life. Fugitive heats are commonly most clearly marked in the face, head, and neck, in which region there suddenly occurs a reddening of the skin, with diffuse and increasing subjective sensation of heat. At the same time, there is often a sense of tension, as if the part were about to burst. Actual slight swelling may be noticed, the eyes sparkle and are somewhat prominent, the head feels heavy, stupid, and dizzy. Sometimes these symptoms last for a considerable time. At other times, they terminate speedily and suddenly with a local perspiration or with an attack of epistaxis. Not infrequently, after lasting a short time in one region, they pass away as rapidly as they came, but are immediately succeeded by a similar attack in some other part of the body, or by vasomotor phenomena of a slightly different kind. Thus, such a flushing and heat of the face may be replaced by a sudden sense of heat in the small of the back or in the sacral region, by pruritus of the extremities, by palpitation of heart, or by an attack of pseudangina. A further consequence of active hyperemia is the onset of those confused states, so common in the climacteric age, of mental and bodily disquiet, which find expression, now in states of excitement and now in states of depression. So we often observe change of disposition, associated with incapacity for regular work, while sleep is restless and much disturbed by dreams, and again states of dizziness, a sense of mental uneasiness and confusion, and even actual delirium. In the skin, in addition to the fugitive heats, we often have a peculiar pricking, itching, or stabbing sensation, and various kinds of hyperesthesia, frequently associated with disturbances of tactile sensation. We observe also muscular twitchings and general weakness of the organs of locomotion. In association with the passive and active hyperemias of the menopause, we frequently see increase or some qualitative change in the various secretions. Above all, these changes affect the various secretions of the different reproductive organs, but we have also increased intestinal secretion, leading to diarrhea, increased excretion of urinary deposits, and increased secretion by the skin. Symptoms which are common at the menarche and frequently recurs at the menopause are headache, migraine, a state of pseudonarcotism, slight hysterical attacks, indications of moral insanity, lumbo-abdominal neuralgias, neuralgia of the breasts, leukorrhea, and various skin eruptions. According to Tilt, the changes occurring in the organism at the climacteric period may be summarized under the following heads: increased elimination of carbonic acid by the lungs, increased elimination of uric acid in the urine, increased perspiration, increased mucus flux, hemorrhages from various organs. As regards the first point, the extensive researches of Andrel and Gavaret have shown that in the female sex, the quantity of carbonic acid eliminated by the lungs diminishes when menstruation first appears at puberty, but increases again at the climacteric age, when menstruation ceases. Whereas in the male, a gradual diminution in the elimination of carbonic acid begins already in the 36th year of life. In old age, the quantity eliminated is greatly reduced in both sexes alike. Part 2. Changes in the reproductive organs. Changes in the female reproductive organs at the menopause. In considering the changes that take place in the female reproductive organs at this period of life, we must distinguish between the proper period of the climacteric, with its various manifestations antecedent to and associated with the irregularity and ultimate cessation of menstruation, from the condition of old age in which menstruation has actually and completely ceased, in which the menopause has been fully accomplished, and in which the changes of senescence have set in at once in the organs of the reproductive system and in the organism as a whole. The most important and most significant changes of this sexual epoch are unquestionably the anatomical alterations in the ovaries. A good many years ago, I undertook an investigation whose purpose was to follow the natural involution of the Graafian follicles from the time of the climax on into old age. And for this purpose, I examined a very large number of ovaries of women at ages varying from 42 to 75 years. Throughout these years, a slow but continuously progressive atrophy proceeds in the ovaries. They become smaller and denser, diminishing especially in height and width. their surface becomes extremely uneven, and in extreme old age, they wither away until no more is left in the region formerly occupied by the ovaries than a flattened fibrovascular thickening. The histological characteristic of the changes in the ovary, which proceed gradually from the commencement of the menopause to extreme old age, may be summed up as consisting in a continual increase and new formation of the connective tissue stroma at the expense of the cellular layer, accompanied by retrogressive metamorphosis of the Graafian follicles. The connective tissue ground substance of the ovary increases from the periphery towards the center and progressively compresses the epithelial structures of the organ. In the outermost layer of the ovarian stroma, the so-called tunica albuginea, the strata of short, dense connective tissue fibers increase notably in number, so that whereas at first 3 layers at most could be distinguished, the tunic ultimately comes to consist of from 6 to 8 layers. At the same time, also the interior ovarian stroma becomes exceedingly dense, so that numerous well-defined interlacing bundles of fibers can be made out in its substance. The first retrogressive metamorphosis, which can be observed in the Graafian follicles, is fatty degeneration, the formation of granule spheres. Whilst the membrana propria of the follicle remains quite unaltered, we observe in the membrana granulosa, in addition to the ovum, and the ordinary cells of this layer spherical aggregates of fat droplets, the granule spheres, which continually increase in size, until ultimately of the cellular contents of the follicle nothing whatever remains, and it now appears full of granule spheres and fluid. The theca folliculi has now lost its spherical shape and assumes an ovid form. In a later stage of the degeneration of the Graafian follicle, it appears as a vesicular body with a relaxed wall, thrown into numerous folds, this folded wall being formed by the theca folliculi. The cavity of the follicle is reduced to a mere cleft, filled with a transparent substance, and the space between this cleft and the inner surface of the theca folliculi is occupied by round cells and a fibrous intercellular substance, and is traversed by a vascular network. This second stage of the retrogression of the follicle may therefore be designated the stage of vesicular degeneration. In the last stage of this retrogressive metamorphosis, we find the follicle completely transformed to a fibrous mass. It appears as an elongated oval body, much lobulated, connected with the surrounding stroma by thick strands of fibers. A trace of the original cavity can still be distinguished in the form of a narrow cleft, without distinguishable contents. The tissue of this body consists of connective tissue fibers, with interspersed nuclei and nuclear fibers. The 3 stages I have observed in the retrogression of the follicle, of which I have given a summary account above, may, I think, be explained in the following manner. When the woman's reproductive activity ceases, the Graafian follicles become subject to a retrogressive metamorphosis, a fatty degeneration setting in the cells of the membrana granulosa, and in the ovum, until ultimately the whole of the granular epithelium has undergone atrophy. The follicle now undergoes a vesicular transformation with shrinkage of its cavity, and with the formation of a new tissue which appears to be young connective tissue. As time goes on, this new connective tissue is formed in increasing quantities, until finally the entire follicle is transformed into a firm fibrous mass. Thus, we are led to infer that the gradual but extensive thickening of the tunica albuginea, which, as we have seen, always occurs at the climacteric period, offers a hindrance to the bursting of the follicles as they mature. And in this, we find the explanation of the irregularity of menstruation and of the various troubles which attend the performance of that function at the time of the menopause. It is reasonable to assume that the resistance of this thickened tunica albuginea is responsible for the fact that the interval between the bursting of the successive follicles is now greater than normal, as much as 6 or 8 weeks. This retardation of menstruation being one of the commonest ways in which the onset of the menopause is first manifested. Another phenomenon connected with the onset of the menopause also finds a plausible explanation in the anatomical grounds just mentioned. As already pointed out, in Paris women, the menopause sets in later than in nullipary. At every pregnancy, the ovaries share in the more abundant nutrition of all the reproductive organs, due to the general dilatation of the intrapelvic vessels which accompanies this process. Hence the ovaries become larger, richer in lymph, and therefore softer, The cellular elements increase in size, and perhaps also in number. And it is readily conceivable that in such ovaries the cellular elements are able for a longer time to resist the induration and the new formation of connective tissue which occur at the climacteric. The numerous nervous disturbances of the climacteric epoch would appear also to depend upon the hyperplasia of the ovarian stroma, which we have observed to be the characteristic anatomical change in the ovaries at this period of life. Associated with the fibrous transformation of the Graafian follicles, there is, however, a failure of the so-called internal secretion of the ovaries, a matter to which much attention has recently been paid. Brown-Séquard has especially maintained that the ovaries secrete a substance which enters the blood, a substance which, notwithstanding the fact that its presence cannot be proved either by chemical or any other means known to us, yet is of considerable importance for the maintenance of the equilibrium of mental and physical well-being. It is supposed that the various profound disturbances of the general system occurring at the menopause are dependent upon the cessation of this internal secretion of the ovary, disturbances which rise to a maximum as the atrophy of the ovary proceeds, and which only gradually pass away after a considerable lapse of time. After the menopause is completely over, in the ovaries, as in other parts of the female reproductive organs, the signs of senile degeneration make their appearance. In old women, we find the ovaries either shrunken to the form of small fibrous cords, or else degenerated to form cysts of smaller or larger size, the stroma surrounding these cysts being extremely hard, dense, and tough. Whereas at the commencement of the climacteric period, the uterus commonly exhibits a slight increase in size, owing to the condition of passive hyperemia already described. Subsequently, a gradual diminution in the size of the organ may be observed. This atrophy begins with the portio vaginalis and proceeds upwards. Whilst the body still appears undiminished in size, the vaginal portion will be found already shorter, more slender, and more flaccid. Gradually, however, the entire organ is involved in the atrophic process. The uterus is then smaller than formerly, its walls are thinner, its cavity reduced in size. Its vascularity and its sensibility are alike diminished. The external os is smaller, and the internal os is sometimes entirely obliterated. There is a tendency at the climacteric period for the tubular racemose glands of the cervical mucous membrane to undergo a cystic degeneration, and hence arise the cysts which are so commonly met with on the portio vaginalis of women at this time of life. Cysts varying in size from that of a millet seed to that of a pea. In advanced life, the formation of such cysts may be regarded as normal, and sometimes in the form of grape-like clusters, they almost completely occupy the lumen of the cervical canal. Not infrequently, these cysts lead to the formation of polypi, by enlarging until the mucous membrane projects so far that a stalk is formed. Examining the bodies of 47 women who died at ages varying from 42 to 80 years, I found in 28 ovula nabothi in the cervical mucous membrane, for the most part at the os uteri externum, but in some cases also extending up to the os internum, sometimes between the plici pomati, sometimes isolated, sometimes grouped. Sometimes in old women no trace of a vaginal portion remains, and the uterus is found to be transformed to a small, thin-walled, shrunken body, no more than 1/4 of its original size. In such cases, the saying of Graaff appears to be justified, that after the menopause the uterus returns to the size it has in the young girl. In the majority of such cases, the cavity of the uterus is also contracted. It sometimes happens, however, that in old age the os externum and the os internum are the seat of atresia, whilst the intermediate portion of the cervical canal remains unaffected. In this way, especially when the cervical canal and the cavity of the body of the uterus are distended with mucus or with fungus growths, is produced what is known as the uterus bicameratus vechellarum. In many cases, when the cervical canal has been obliterated, we find the uterine cavity distended with mucus secretion. The substance of the uterine wall is in old age commonly dense and tough, but occasionally, in extreme old age, less firm than formerly, withered and friable, and traversed by degenerated arteries, and in this state it is predisposed to hemorrhages. Such intramural hemorrhages usually occur in the fundus, the friable uterine substance has then a blackish red appearance, infarcted with extravasated blood. Sometimes the uterine cavity is also filled with blood. In general, it may be said that when the menopause is completely over, when uterine activity has entirely ceased, the uterus returns to the state in which it was before the menarche. It is physiologically dead. The tubes become flaccid, thinner, shorter, and are at times obliterated. In the mucous membrane of the tubes in old women, we no longer find any trace of the glands described by Hennig. The epithelial cells have also lost their cilia. During the climacteric period, the vagina is usually relaxed and roomy, the mucous membrane is smooth, injected, and secretes freely. Subsequently, in old age, it becomes firm, tough, and dry. Wendler found that the initial change of the climacteric in the ovary is a chronic and progressive endarteritis obliterans. The result of this process is, in addition to the obliteration of the follicles, a continually increasing hyaline degeneration of the smallest arteries and the arterioles, especially along the line of transition between the cortical and the medullary substance of the organ. This degeneration extends to the surrounding connective tissue, and thus leads to the formation of peculiar, vitreous, translucent foci of sclerotic connective tissue, containing few cells or none. These are the so-called corpora fibrosa or corpora albicantia. Only subsequently to the formation of these bodies does the characteristic wrinkling of the surface of the ovary occur, with general shrinkage of the organ, these changes being due to the contraction that sets in the numerous scattered foci of connective tissue, which, as already mentioned, are situated in close proximity to the cortex. The gradual atrophy of the uterus after the extinction of its sexual activity leads to a diminution in all the diameters of the organ, so that in old women it becomes flattened as in childhood, all its curves having disappeared. The muscular substance is replaced by connective tissue, and the portio vaginalis dwindles and even entirely disappears. As regards the bacterial flora of the genital organs of elderly women, Menge and Koenig find that the vagina for the most part contains bacteria which do not thrive when cultivated aerobically on alkaline agar plates. In exceptional cases, however, such bacteria are found and may even be sufficiently vigorous to produce pyogenic infection. According to Strogamov, the vagina in all circumstances contains a great variety of microorganisms, cocci, diplococci, and rod forms. Rod forms are the prevailing types found in normal conditions in elderly women, but they are much smaller than in women who are still in the period of reproductive activity. Organisms liquefying gelatine were found in one instance only, a case of vaginal prolapse. In one half of the cases examined, there was no development of culture media inoculated from the cervix uteri, whether on agar or gelatine. Part 3. The time of the menopause. The time of the menopause. The age at which the menopause begins is one which varies owing to manifold conditions, congenital and acquired, owing to the local influences which have been brought to bear on the reproductive organs during the menarche, and to the general circumstances of life during this period. In Northern Europe, it commonly begins sometime between the ages of 40 and 50 years. According to the most trustworthy statistical data, the commonest age for the onset of the menopause is between the ages of 45 and 50 years. Next to these in frequency, we find the menopause commencing between the ages of 40 and 45 years. If, however, the menopause does not begin during the fifth decennium, it is more apt to occur during the quinquennium after 50 than during the quinquennium preceding 40 years of age. That is to say, an abnormally late menopause is more often met with than an abnormally early menopause. In a very small proportion of women does the menopause begin either after the age of 55 or before the age of 35. The age at which the menopause occurs. My own observations show that the age at which the menopause begins is affected by the following circumstances: the race of the woman, the age at which the menarche occurred, the sexual activity of the woman during the period of the menarche, the number of her pregnancies, the exercise or neglect of the function of lactation, the social circumstances of the woman's life, general constitutional and pathological conditions. Race. From the statistical data regarding the age at which the menopause occurs among the women of the various nations of Northern Europe, it appears that the latest average age for the cessation of menstruation is met within Lapland, namely 49.4 years. Next comes Norway, where the average age is 48.9. Next Germany, where the average age is 47. Next England, 46.1. Next Russia, 44. And finally Austria, 42.2. In the 4 principal capital cities, the average age is: in London, 45.5, in Paris, 43.65, in Vienna, 43, and in Berlin, 47. Generally speaking, in southern countries the cessation of menstruation occurs at an earlier age than in northern countries, as the following comparison shows. Northern countries: England, 48 to 50, France, 50, North Germany, 50, Austria, 42, southern counties: Persia, 27, Java, 30, various Asiatic races, 30 to 40. In the case of 500 women of various nationalities, in whom I was able to ascertain by personal observation the age at which menstruation ceased, I found that the menopause occurred in the quinquennium 35 to 40 in 48 women, 40 to 45 in 141 women, 45 to 50 in 177 women, 50 to 55 in 89 women. Thus we see that in about 1/10 of my cases, menstruation ceased between the ages of 35 and 40, in more than 1/4 between the ages of 40 and 45, in more than 1/3 between the ages of 45 and 50, and in about 1/6 between the ages of 50 and 55. In 267, that is, in more than 1/2 of the 500, menstruation ceased between the ages of 42 and 51. In 28 women, menstruation ceased before the age of 35, and in 17, after the age of 55. In a very large majority of my 500 cases, the women were of German or Austro-Hungarian nationality. Next, in order of frequency, came Poles, Russians, women of various southern countries, Swedish women. In women of Slavonic nationality, menstruation ceased remarkably late as compared with women of German nationality. Briere de Boismont, Tilt, Cordy, and various other observers have published statistical data regarding the age at which menstruation ceases in women of different nationalities. Krieger, compiling from several authors, statistics relating to 2291 women gives the following average results. Menstruation ceased between 35 and 40 in 272 women, 11.87%. Between 40 and 45 in 595, 25.97%. Between 45 and 50 in 940, 41.03%. Between 50 and 55 in 334, 14.58%. Before 35 and after 55 in 150 women, 6.54%. A statistical table shows the average age at which menstruation ceases in women of different European nationalities. In Germany, it is 47,824 cases, Austria-Hungary 42.2, 256 cases, France 44, 178 cases, England 46.1, 500 cases, Russia 45.9, 100 cases, Denmark 44.8, 312 cases, Norway 48.9, 391 cases, Lapland 49.4, 34 cases. The age at which the menarche occurred. Until recently, it was generally believed that the earlier the age at which menstruation first made its appearance, the earlier also would the menopause occur, and that, on the other hand, the later the age at which the flow began, the later also would it cease. Vieri summarized this opinion in the saying, prius pubescens prius senescunt. This view of the matter is, however, true only in respect of the influence of climate upon sexual development. In a cold climate, a woman begins to menstruate late and ceases to menstruate late. In a hot climate, the opposite conditions prevail. But if we make our comparison between women living in similar conditions as regards latitude and climate, we find that Vieri's saying is far from accurately describing the facts. In general, and climatic influences apart, it may be said that the earlier in any woman the age at which menstruation first occurs, the later will be the age at which menstruation ceases. In order to ascertain the influence of the age at the menarche upon the disappearance of menstrual activity, I placed in comparison first the cases of 50 women in whom menstruation had first appeared between the ages of 12 and 16, i.e., cases of early menarche, and secondly, the cases of 50 women in whom menstruation had begun between the ages of 16 and 20, i.e., cases of late menarche. The result was the following. In the 50 women in whom the menarche had been early, the menopause occurred at ages 35 to 40 in 5 instances, 40 to 45 in 12, 45 to 50 in 25, 50 to 55 in 8. On the other hand, in the 50 women in whom the menarche had been late, the menopause occurred at ages 35 to 40 in 9 instances, 40 to 45 in 28, 45 to 50 in 10, 50 to 55 in 3. Thus, whilst among the women in whom the menarche had been late, there were 13 only who continued to menstruate until they were at least 45 years of age. Among those in whom the menarche had been early, the number in whom menstruation thus continued up to the age of 45 or beyond was 33, nearly 3 times as great. On the other hand, in those cases in which the menarche occurred at an abnormally early age, i.e., before the age of 12 years, the menopause was also a remarkably early one. The menopause also came on very early in women in whom the menarche had been extremely retarded until the age of 20 and upwards. An extremely early and an extremely late menarche alike tend to be followed by a premature menopause. To this rule there are, however, exceptions, and we occasionally meet with women whose reproductive energies are so powerful that the menarche occurs at an unusually early age, and the menopause is postponed to an age considerably beyond the average. Thus, among 100 women in the Salpêtrière, Raciborski observed 29 in whom menstruation had begun at the exceptionally early age of 12 years, and who, notwithstanding this, all experienced a very late menopause. 3 of them were still menstruating at the age of 57, 1 at 56, 2 at 52, 2 at 50, 3 at 48, 3 at 45, and 13 at an age less than 45. Brière de Boismont reports the case of a woman who began to menstruate in her 12th year. She married, had several children, and continued to menstruate regularly until she was 60 years of age. The results obtained by W. Guy, who examined a series of 250 cases, confirm the proposition stated above, that the earlier menstruation begins, the later it ceases. According to Cohnstein, who bases his conclusions upon the observation of 400 cases, in women who begin to menstruate early, the menopause occurs on an average 3 years later than in women who begin to menstruate late. Puech also states that menstruation lasts longer in women who begin to menstruate early than in those who begin to menstruate late. According to Scanzoni, in women who begin to menstruate in very early youth, the climacteric age is commonly reached earlier than in those in whom puberty occurs at the normal age, commonly between the ages of 40 and 42 years. The homology between the pathological states, which, in any particular individual, occur at the respective periods of the menarche and the menopause, is sometimes extremely remarkable. The very same symptoms by which the first appearance of menstruation was preceded recur as antecedents of the menopause. This is seen in the case of certain eczematous conditions of the skin, of dyspeptic manifestations, epistaxis, nervous disturbances, hysterical and epileptic seizures, vasomotor symptoms, congestions, cardiac troubles, albuminuria, etc. Alibert pointed out that certain skin diseases may appear twice only during life, once shortly before the commencement of menstruation, and the second time shortly before the cessation of menstrual activity. Brière de Boismont alludes to the occurrence of hysteria and epilepsy before both these important epochs in a woman's life, whilst in the intervening period the patient had remained entirely free from such troubles. H. Marsh records the observation that women who just before puberty have suffered from repeated attacks of epistaxis have suffered from the same trouble as a predominant symptom of the climacteric period. Tilt has seen in several cases the outbreak of numerous furuncles with subsequent diarrhea, and still more frequently peculiar attacks of severe vertigo, occurring in women just before the 2 critical epochs in her life, whilst in the intervening period there has been no trace of such troubles, either in connection with menstruation, with the puerperium, or with lactation. The woman's sexual activity. An important influence upon the early or late onset of the menopause is exerted by the degree to which a woman's reproductive functions have been exercised during the menarche. My personal observations have shown me that in women who are in good health and of a powerful build, whose menstrual flow has always been regular and sufficient in quantity, whose reproductive organs have been adequately and properly exercised, who have had a physiological amount of sexual intercourse, have given birth to several children, and have suckled these children. The cessation of the menstrual flow generally occurs much later than in women in whom the conditions of the sexual life have been the opposite of those just mentioned. The more regular menstruation has been, and the more normal the deliveries, the later does the menopause ensue. Especially striking is the influence of the number of deliveries upon the time of occurrence of the menopause. In women who have given birth to a number of children, menstruation as a rule continues for several years later than in sterile women, or in those who have had one or two children only. If a woman suckles her children, the date of the menopause appears also to be postponed. Deliveries late in life seem likewise to delay the onset of the menopause, whereas abortions accelerate its occurrence. If, however, pregnancy succeeds pregnancy at extremely short intervals, the menopause is likely to occur early. The same result is brought about by sexual intercourse at too early an age. The menopause occurs latest in women who have begun to menstruate early, who have married, have given birth to more than 3 children, and have been delivered of their last child at full term when 38 to 42 years of age. As regards the 500 women previously mentioned, in whom I made personal observation as to the age at which the menopause occurred, and the circumstances by which its onset was influenced, the effect of marriage and the number of children born is shown by the following details. Of the 48 women in whom the menopause occurred between 35 and 40, 16 were unmarried, 6 married and childless, 18 married with 1 or 2 children, 8 with more than 2. Of the 141 between 40 and 45, 3 unmarried, 4 married childless, 46 with 1 or 2, 88 with more than 2. Of the 177 between 45 and 50, 1 unmarried, 2 childless, 32 with 1 or 2, 142 with more than 2. Of the 89 between 50 and 55, none unmarried, none childless, 19 with 1 or 2, 70 with more than 2. Of the 17 above 55, there were 2 only who had not had more than 2 children, whilst 10 had had 6 to 8 children. The influence of lactation is shown by the fact that in the case of 40 women who had not suckled their children, the mean duration of menstrual activity was 4 years less than the established mean duration of 27 years. The social circumstances of the woman's life. The conditions in which a woman passes her life are not without influence upon the time of onset of the menopause. In general, it may be said that among the women of the laboring classes, whose livelihood is so often precarious, and who are apt to suffer from habitual physical overwork, menstruation ceases at an earlier age than among the women of the well-to-do classes and those who lead an easier life. But though the climacteric thus occurs earlier among the lower than among the upper classes, the difference is not a considerable one. According to Mayer's calculation, the mean age at which menstruation ceases is, in upper-class women, 47.13 years, in lower-class women, 46.97 years. Small as this difference appears, amounting on the average to no more than 2 months, it must not be forgotten that among the upper classes, menstruation begins earlier than among the lower classes, by an amount which averages 1.31 years. Thus, the total duration of sexual activity is almost 1.5 years longer in the upper than in the lower classes. General constitutional and pathological conditions. An important influence upon the time of occurrence of the menopause is exerted by the individual and hereditary predisposition of the woman, by her constitutional state, and by certain illnesses from which she has suffered. Women who by inheritance are constitutionally weakly and delicate, in whom the menstrual flow has always been pale and scanty, in whom the intermenstrual intervals have been excessive, and who have a slender habit of body, attain the climacteric age earlier than women with vigorous bodily development and powerful muscles, with large breasts, and in whom menstruation has always been regular and abundant. Women with a great tendency to obesity cease to menstruate earlier than women of more normal proportions, blondes earlier than brunettes. Women of phlegmatic temperament earlier than women of a sanguine and ardent temperament. In general, it may be said that all influences which have a weakening effect upon the feminine organism tend also to accelerate the onset of the menopause. Such are severe labor, great sorrow, wearisome occupations, severe menstrual losses, rapidly succeeding pregnancies, and abortions. Also, a number of pathological general states shortly to be discussed, as well as local diseases of the reproductive organs. Fritsch points out that menstruation continues to a later age in proportion as the woman's state of general nutrition is a good one. He also asserts that women with a very large uterus, who have always had an abundant menstrual flow, those with retroflexion, with hypertrophy of the portio vaginalis, or chronic endocervicitis and endometritis, and those with small myomata which have given rise to no marked symptoms, often continue to menstruate far beyond the usual age. The mean duration of the climacteric phenomena, from the commencement of these until the final cessation of menstruation, is about 2 years. This mean is made up of extremely wide individual variations. In a small proportion of the cases, the climacteric manifestations may last no more than a month or two, whilst at the other end of the scale we meet with cases in which the duration extends to 4, 6, 8, and even 18 years. In considerably more than half of all the cases, however, the duration of the climacteric manifestations varies between 6 months and 3 years. Thus, in Tilt's series of cases, the duration of the change of life was 6 months in 12.07 of all cases, 1 year in 22.64, 2 years in 18.62, 3 years in 9.43. Premature, delayed and sudden onset of the menopause. In exceptional cases, the menopause, instead of taking place between the 40th and the 50th year of life, occurs at an abnormally early or an abnormally late age. Premature cessation of menstrual activity in the 3rd or the 4th decennium of life, very rarely indeed before the 3rd decade, depends in part upon disturbances of metabolism and of hematopoiesis, and in part upon diseases of the female reproductive organs. In some cases, however, it may be due to some hereditary constitutional peculiarity, or it may occur suddenly, in consequence of some violent shock to the nervous system. Among the disorders of metabolism which may lead to a premature menopause, excessive adiposity, lipomatosis universalis, occupies the first place. Next in order of importance come a chloroanemic condition of the blood, pernicious anemia, splenic leukemia, certain of the acute infectious disorders, typhoid, cholera, scarlatina, acute articular rheumatism, further pulmonary tuberculosis, diabetes mellitus, Graves' disease, Addison's disease, and myxedema. These various conditions may give rise, in part by infective processes, and in part in consequence of the general cachectic condition, to atrophy of the ovaries with destruction of the Graafian follicles, and to atrophic processes in the uterus, and these changes lead to the premature cessation of menstrual activity. Excessive obesity has a restrictive influence upon ovarian activity, manifested in part, as already mentioned, by the occurrence of sterility, but in part also, in very obese women, by the onset of a premature menopause. Among 215 cases of extreme obesity in women, I found 49 in which the menopause occurred at a remarkably early age. In these cases, the menopause occurred at the following age: in 1 woman at 17, in 14 at 20 to 25, in 11 at 25 to 30, in 9 at 30 to 35, in 14 at 35 to 40 years. In none of these cases did the local examination of the reproductive organs disclose the existence of any noteworthy disease. Of the diseases of the genital organs which are competent to give rise to a premature cessation of menstrual activity, the most important are the puerperal infective processes and other inflammatory states of the reproductive organs, with their results: chronic metritis, parametritic and parametritic exudations, chronic oophoritis, atrophy of the uterus and the ovaries. After infective puerperal processes, it sometimes happens that there is far-reaching destruction of the uterine musculature, degeneration of the uterine mucosa, permanent and irreparable atrophy of the uterus, and suppuration and atrophy of the ovaries, conditions which result in an extinction of menstrual activity. A similar result may ensue upon the persistent and long-continued pressure upon the uterus and the ovaries of a large intrapelvic exudation. Such exudation being commonly postpuerperal, but occasionally arising in the absence of pregnancy. Further, according to Freund, chronic atrophic parametritis may give rise to an incurable atrophy of the uterus by interference with the circulation of the blood through the broad ligaments and consequent impairment of the nutrition of the uterus. Gonorrheal inflammation may also lead to the termination of menstrual activity when it gives rise to intramural inflammatory deposits in the uterus and to chronic inflammatory processes in the ovaries. Tumors of the uterus and the uterine annexa may likewise induce a premature menopause. We also meet with cases in which after a pregnancy, to all appearance normal in its course and termination, a premature menopause results. To this category belong the cases, according to Kleinwechter, of no extreme rarity, in which perfectly healthy women are attacked by profuse uterine hemorrhage during the course of a normal, full-term labor or during miscarriage. Subsequently, though the lying-in period is passed without further misadventure or abnormality, and in the absence of lactation, the patient becomes permanently amenorrhoic. The normal involution of the uterus passes on into hyperinvolution, and ultimately complete atrophy of uterus and ovaries results. In some cases, moreover, such hyperinvolution with consecutive atrophy follows normal labor or abortion without the occurrence of any excessive hemorrhage. Much more frequently do we find that rapidly successive pregnancies, with long-continued exercise of the lacteal function, in badly nourished, anemic women, give rise to a premature menopause due to permanent atrophy of the uterus and ovaries, which are in such cases so poorly supplied with blood. This lactation atrophy is described by Frommel and Thorne as a concentric atrophy first of all affecting the corpus uteri. And to this, if the disease advances, there succeeds a general atrophy of the muscular, connective, and fatty tissues of the parametrium, the vagina, the pelvic floor, and ultimately of the ovaries, leading, when permanent, to a premature menopause. Trauma of the genital organs may also lead to uterine atrophy and to premature menopause. By many authors, it is believed that too early marriage, sexual excesses, and prostitution may be the cause of cessatio praecox. In some cases, there is unquestionably a hereditary predisposition to a premature climacteric, since the mothers of the women in whom it occurs have themselves been similarly affected. In the remarkable case which came under my own observation, of a woman from Smyrna, there was hereditary predisposition. This woman began to menstruate when 12 years of age. Menstruation was always scanty. She married when 15 years of age, and she ceased to menstruate forever at the age of 19. In other cases, we find there is a family tendency for menstruation to be delayed in its first appearance to a comparatively advanced age and to cease at the usual time. In cases of cessatio mensium praecox, after the premature menopause is fully established, we find in the uterus and the ovaries anatomical changes similar to those met with after the natural climacteric: diminution in the size of the uterus with thinning of its walls, density and firmness of the tissues of the organ, smallness and a soft consistency of the ovaries. Sometimes, also, the mammae are atrophic. In cases of premature menopause, the troubles attending the change are commonly more severe and more enduring than those that occur at the natural menopause. Especially is this the case when the premature menopause is quite a sudden occurrence, but this phenomenon is rare. Most commonly, the premature menopause is gradual in onset. The flow becomes more scanty month by month, until at last it fails altogether to appear. Irregularity in the menstrual rhythm is not often seen in such cases. Early senescence is exceptional in these women in whom a premature menopause occurs. Emaciation, grayness of the hair, wrinkling of the skin, the growth of hairs on the face, etc., are not usually associated with the atrophy of the reproductive organs, the physiognomy and figure of women with cessatio praecox being usually similar to those seen in women of corresponding age in whom menstruation still continues. Tilt inquired regarding the cause of cessatio praecox in 27 instances, with the following results: in 3 instances, parturition and lactation; in 1 instance, abortion; in 2 instances, a fall on the sacrum during menstruation; in 2 instances, suppression of menstruation from chill; In one instance, hemorrhage from the arm during menstruation. In one instance, celebration of nuptials during menstruation. In 2 instances, severe medicinal purgation. In 2 instances, cholera. In 2 instances, rheumatic fever. In 2 instances, febrile bronchitis. In 9 instances, intermittent fever. In one case, Tilt saw cessation of menstruation occur at the age of 29, in consequence of metritis. Attlee, in 15 cases of ovarian tumor, saw the menopause occur at ages of 30, 39, 40, and 42. Puch saw a premature menopause at the age of 30 in 3 cases, in each a sequel of cholera. Blondel reports a case of cessatio precox after prolonged galactorrhea, although the woman had not suckled her infant. Gottschalk and Rokitansky, cases following injury to the cervix uteri. Kiwish, Simpson, and Kleinwechter, cases following full-time, normal deliveries in which, however, severe losses of blood had taken place. Cordy and Briere de Boismont report cases in which the menopause occurred as early as the age of 21. Mayer, 2 cases at 22. Krieger, 1 case at 23. Briere de Boismont, 1 case at 24. Mayer, 2 cases at 25. Briere de Boismont, 1 case at 26 and 1 case at 27. Guy and Tilt, each 1 case at 27. Briere de Boismont, Cordy, and Guy, each 1 case at 28. Briere de Boismont, Cordy, and Mayer, each 1 case at 29. Guy and Tilt, each 1 case at 30. And Mayer, 5 cases at the age of 30. An unusually late climacteric, the continuance of menstruation beyond the age of 50 years, is not an extremely rare occurrence, but is less often seen than cessatio precox. There is, however, in these cases a difficulty which must not be underestimated, namely, to distinguish between a genuine menstrual bleeding and the other uterine hemorrhages, which are common precisely at this age of life, due either to textural changes in the uterus or to neoplasmata, more especially because in these non-menstrual hemorrhages also a certain periodicity may often be detected. When on careful examination, no abnormality can be discovered in the reproductive organs. When the bleeding in question recurs at the intervals, and in association with the general symptoms to which the woman thus affected has been accustomed during her previous menstruations, and when the amount of blood discharged is not abnormal, it is permissible to conclude that we have to do with a persistence of true menstruation, even though the woman has some time since completed the 5th decennium of her life. In some women, in fact, the reproductive system is so energetic that ovulation continues to an age far beyond the average, and such women are to be regarded as sexually long-lived. Although the instances of protracted menstruation contained in the older literature of the subject are open to suspicion, owing to the fact that at that time it was not possible to distinguish with certainty between menstrual and pathological uterine hemorrhage, quite recently numerous incontestable cases of enduring sexual vitality have been put on record. I have myself seen no less than 106 cases in which the menopause did not occur until after the age of 50 years. Among these, there were 4 in which the age at the menopause was 56, 5 in which it was 57, 2 in which it was 58, 1 in which it was 59, and 1 in which it was 60. Tilt records 128 cases of menopause occurring after 50. Among these, there were 4 in which the woman was 56 when menstruation ceased, 2 who were 57, 4 who were 58, 1 who was 59, 1 who was 60, and 2 who were 61. Cordy reports a case in which menstruation persisted after the age of 65. Mayer, 3 cases of menopause at 64. Bagel, 2 cases, one in which menstruation continued to the age of 65, the other to the age of 72. Kleinwechter observed 33 cases in which menstruation continued to an age varying from 50 to 57 years. Emmett, in the year 1886, published the case of a woman who was then 70 years old, and who at this advanced age continued to menstruate regularly. That not every case in which after the age of 50 years there is recurrent, more or less periodic, hemorrhage from the genital organs is to be regarded as an instance of delayed menopause, we are taught by the records of post-mortem examination in several cases of the kind. Scanzoni reports the case of a woman who at the age of 60 was affected with a fairly regular periodic discharge of blood from the vagina. During one of these hemorrhages, she died of pneumonia, and the autopsy showed that the ovaries were completely atrophied and transformed into dense scar tissue, and contained no trace of corpus luteum or of fresh extravasation of blood. Whilst in the upper part of the cervical canal, there were 2 mucus polypi each of about the size of a bean. In another case, that of a woman 64 years of age, periodic losses of blood, at intervals of from 3 to 4 weeks, continued to the time of her death. This woman suffered from mitral valvular insufficiency, and it was clear that the hemorrhages had been due to the venous engorgement consequent upon imperfect compensation. The ovaries were completely atrophied and showed no trace of any recent maturation of ova. The uterus was enlarged, the mucous membrane hyperemic, and the cavity contained a recent clot. Not infrequently, the hemorrhages attributed to the persistence of menstruation are really due to senile arteriosclerosis, to rigidity and brittleness of the uterine arteries. In other cases, they arise from varicosity of the veins of the cervical canal. A common cause of such bleedings from the genital passage in comparatively advanced life is to be found in the growth of uterine myomata. To myoma uteri we must attribute a part, though by no means all, of the cases in which menstruation seems to recur some years after the menopause has, to all appearance, been fully established. In most of these cases, indeed, we have to do with pathological hemorrhages, the cause of which is, however, but too often obscure. Still, cases certainly occur in which, 2 or 3 years or even longer after the menopause, some unknown stimulus leads to the regular recurrence of menstruation. The possibility of such an occurrence is, in my opinion, fully proved by post-mortem examinations of the bodies of elderly women in whom the menopause has been fully established. And yet the ovaries are found to contain follicles of various degrees of ripeness, and also fresh corpora lutea, signs that ovulation may persist for a considerable time after the complete cessation of menstruation. Another proof of the last fact is the well-known experience that women who have some time ago ceased to menstruate may nevertheless become pregnant. Waldier, indeed, asserts that when 4 years have elapsed since the menopause, follicles are never to be found in the ovaries, but this negative experience is not decisive, especially as regards the cases in which regular menstruation is resumed some time after the occurrence of a premature menopause. I have myself seen several cases in which the menopause occurred at 35, 38, 39, and 42 years, respectively. 3, 4, or 5 years later, as a result of hydropathic treatment, regular menstruation recurred. In one case, a woman who had ceased to menstruate 10 years before gave birth to a child at the age of 45. Numerous indisputable cases of this kind are reported in the recent literature of the subject. Krieger had under his personal observation a woman of a robust habit of body, in whom menstruation ceased at the age of 48 years, her 8th child having been born 15 years before. 2 years later, irregular menstruation recurred, and on the cessation of these hemorrhages, it appeared that the woman was once more gravid. She was delivered at full term of a girl. Mayer observed the following case. A strong working-class woman 33 years of age had begun to menstruate regularly when 13 years old. Between the ages of 17 and 28, she gave birth to 5 children, and in addition had 1 miscarriage when 19 years old. Widowed at the age of 29, she fell ill, and on examination the uterus was found to be small and relaxed, whilst the vaginal portion of the cervix was reduced to a mere rudiment. Since she had been 22 years of age, she had had persistent leukorrhea, but no trace of menstrual hemorrhage, yet since that age she had had 3 children. Renaudin delivered a woman 61 years of age, who had ceased to menstruate 12 years earlier. Meissner reports a case in which a woman first began to menstruate at the age of 20, had her first child when 47 years old, and gave birth to the last of her 8 children when 60 years of age. The sudden and permanent cessation of menstruation, whether at the normal climacteric age or earlier in life, is always a pathological occurrence. As compared with the normal, gradual disappearance of menstruation associated with the usual climacteric symptoms, such a sudden extinction of menstrual activity is, moreover, quite rare. When it does occur, the cause is to be found in one of various pathological general states, such as one of the acute infectious disorders, or some other exhausting disease, or sometimes in some local disease of the reproductive organs. Occasionally, however, it may occur in perfect health, in consequence of some powerful physical or mental stimulus, such as a severe blow or intense fright. This sudden menopause has been observed after severe labor or abortion with profuse hemorrhage, or after cholera or typhoid. We must assume that in such cases the anemia of the genital organs has disturbed the function of ovulation. Whilst in cases due to mental shock, the interference with ovulation must be through the intermediation of the nervous system. Frequently, of course, in these cases, the sudden menopause is also a premature one. Tilt reports a case in which a sudden menopause ensued upon phlebotomy during menstruation. Several cases also in which women at ages varying from 30 to 34 or 39 years ceased to menstruate suddenly and permanently in consequence of grief at the unexpected death of the husband, and another case of sudden menopause due to a fall downstairs. Cordy reports 3 cases of sudden menopause at the age of 30, consequent upon an attack of cholera. Dusward has seen 3 cases in which, in women aged 40 to 43 years, severe hemorrhoidal bleeding was followed by sudden and permanent cessation of menstruation. Mayer reports the case of a delicate middle-class woman, 34 years of age, who had begun to menstruate at the age of 14, had married at the age of 20, and at the age of 21 after a normal delivery ceased forever to menstruate. And another case of a working-class woman, 34 years of age, who first menstruated at the age of 13 years, married at the age of 20, had 2 children in rapid succession, and finally ceased to menstruate in consequence of a fright at the age of 30 years. Krieger reports the case of a very nervous woman who first menstruated at the age of 13, and in whom at the age of 23, a sudden menopause ensued upon a nervous attack. In another case reported by the same observer, a sudden menopause occurred in a delicate woman, 41 years of age, owing to her husband's death. This woman had previously experienced 6 months amenorrhea in consequence of sorrow at the death of one of her children. The following remarkable case is reported by Briere de Boismont. A sempstress began to menstruate at the age of 13 years. She married very soon after this and gave birth to 4 children, the last when 21 years of age. In the course of the following year, there was a fire in the house, and owing to this fright, a sudden menopause occurred. Similar cases have been reported quite recently by Bossy and Walter. The harmful influence which the occurrence of a sudden menopause exercises upon the general condition of the woman who experiences it is manifested chiefly by violent circulatory disturbances, hyperemia and congestion of the brain, lungs, and abdominal organs, and by states of excitement and depression of the nervous system. Of the vicarious hemorrhages which are apt to ensue upon such a sudden menopause, we have already spoken. Generally speaking, women in middle life, in whom the whole organism is accustomed to the onset and decline of the menstrual hyperemia, endure the functional disturbances induced by a sudden and complete cessation of menstruation much more easily than women who have already entered upon the climacteric age or have nearly attained that age. The climacteric age is one in which women are already predisposed to circulatory disturbances in the pelvic organs, and it will readily be understood that in them, the sudden interruption of the menstrual hemorrhages will have more serious consequences than in women in the prime of their sexual life, and therefore endowed with a greater power of resisting disturbances of the normal functions. Part 4, Pathology of the Menopause. Pathology of the menopause. Diseases of the genital organs. Among the commonest of the symptoms of the sexual epoch of the menopause is menorrhagia. It occurs especially in plethoric women, in those who during the prime of their sexual life have been accustomed to menstruate abundantly, and in those who have given birth to many children or had many miscarriages. But it is seen also in weakly and delicate individuals, in whom the tissues of the genital organs have become extremely flaccid and loose in texture. A luxurious mode of life, more especially a free consumption of alcoholic beverages, and also frequent sexual intercourse during the climacteric period, appear to favor the occurrence of menorrhagia at this epoch. Not infrequently, menorrhagia is the first sign of the commencement of the climacteric, menstruation having been hitherto regular and not excessive in amount. Generally, when this climacteric menorrhagia begins, the intervals also become shorter, the menstrual period being reduced to 3 or even 2 weeks. At times, however, the more profuse menstruation recurs at longer intervals, 6 weeks, 2 months, or even longer. In any case, the occurrence at the climacteric age of a severe or atypical hemorrhage renders it the imperative duty of the physician to undertake a local examination of the genital organs. For it is necessary to ascertain without delay whether such a hemorrhage is a true climacteric phenomenon, or whether it is due to some actual disease of the reproductive organs, a neoplasm, or the like. If the hemorrhage is due solely to the change of life, the vaginal portion of the cervix will usually be found soft and flaccid, bleeding readily on slight injury, and sometimes eroded. There is generally associated leukorrhea. This relaxation and loss of firmness in the uterine tissues at the time of the menopause is the cause of the predisposition to excessive hemorrhage. An additional cause exists in the circulatory disturbances in the pelvic organs. We presume that women affected with menorrhagia at this time of life suffer from some persistent disturbance in the region of the inferior vena cava, whereby the outflow of blood from the veins of the pelvis is hindered, and a chronic condition of stasis in the uterus is conditioned. Hence arises distension of the vessels of the uterine mucous membrane, and this rhexis is relieved by the excessive hemorrhages. In these considerations lies the explanation of the fact that women who have had many children or many miscarriages are especially prone to suffer from climacteric menorrhagia, and also women who, for any reason, are predisposed to intra-abdominal stasis. Another cause of climacteric menorrhagia is to be found in the frequent occurrence at this epoch of advanced arteriosclerotic changes in the uterine blood vessels, the disease being in some cases limited to the uterine arteries, and in others, part of a general arterial degeneration. The blood may be derived from ruptured sclerotic capillaries of the mucous membrane, but in other cases it exudes in consequence of passive hyperemia, without actual rupture of the blood vessels. To such hemorrhages from atheromatous vessels, we must refer many of the attacks of uterine hemorrhage that occur in elderly women, such as were formerly, before their true nature was understood, commonly regarded as instances of a very late return of menstruation. By careful examination, the exact source of the blood can often be detected in such cases. According to Thalhaber, one cause of the hemorrhages occurring at the climacteric is to be found in the atrophy of the uterine muscle, which takes place at this period of life. Except during pregnancy and the puerperium, the uterus is usually in a state of moderate contraction. During the height of the menstrual flux, however, the uterus is relaxed. Then, as contraction of the muscle sets in, the menstrual hyperemia and consequent hemorrhage are gradually brought to an end. When this contraction is insufficient, the hyperemia and swelling of the uterus are more enduring. In association with the atrophy of the uterine muscle at the climacteric, there usually occurs a notable diminution in the size of the uterine vessels, so that, notwithstanding the diminished strength of the muscular contractions, any excessive loss of blood is prevented. But if this diminution in the caliber of the vessels fails to take place, the atony of the uterine muscle leads to hyperemia, to hemorrhage, and often, in addition, to edema of the organ with elongation and thickening of its walls, hyperplasia uteri preclimacterica. Among diseases of the uterus which during the climacteric may give rise to severe hemorrhage and may lead to the mistaken opinion that menstruation still continues, we must in the first place mention carcinomatous disease of the cervix and of the body of the uterus. Next in importance come myoma and fibrous polypi. Less frequent causes of such hemorrhages are fungus endometritis, erosions, mucus polypi, prolapse of the uterus, and ovarian cystoma. The climacteric age gives rise to a predisposition, not only to bleeding, but also to other pathological changes in the reproductive organs. We can by no means endorse the opinion of Currier, one long ago expressed also by Briere de Boismont, that women during the sexual epoch of the menopause are less disposed to diseases of all kinds, and among them to diseases of the genital organs, than younger women, for the reason that their tissues are endowed with less vitality, and are therefore more resistant to all the causes of disease. On the contrary, the number of pathological disorders liable to affect the reproductive organs precisely at this period of life is strikingly large. Among my 500 cases of women at the climacteric age, there were 440 who complained of such symptoms, the diseases from which they suffered being, in order of frequency: profuse hemorrhages in 286 cases, chronic metritis in 79 cases, leukorrhea in 327 cases, displacements of the uterus 117 cases, viz., prolapse in 65, anteflexion and retroflexion in 52. Genital pruritus in 46 cases, vaginismus in 12 cases, carcinoma uteri in 3 cases, myoma uteri in 5 cases, tumor mammae in 8 cases. I need hardly point out that in many individuals more than one of these diseases were present at the same time. The most obvious feature of these statistics is the extraordinary frequency of uterine hemorrhage and of leukorrhea in climacteric women. The former condition was present in more than half my cases, the latter actually in 3/4. The same two pathological states were also those most frequently recorded in TILT statistics. This author, in 446 women at the climacteric, found the following diseases of the reproductive apparatus: hemorrhages in 138 cases, leukorrhea recurring at irregular intervals in 146 cases, leukorrhea recurring monthly in 12 cases, remittent menstruation in 33 cases, vaginitis in 4 cases, follicular inflammation of the vulva in 10 cases, inflammation of the labia in 4 cases, ulceration of the cervix uteri in 9 cases, prolapsus uteri in 5 cases, uterine polypi in 4 cases, fibrous tumors of the uterus in 4 cases, cancer of the uterus in 4 cases, chronic ovarian tumors in 3 cases, irritation and swelling of the breasts in 14 cases, lacteal or gelatinous secretion in breasts in 2 cases, hard, non-malignant tumor of the breast in 2 cases, canker of the breast in 1 case, frequent sedimentation in the urine in 49 cases, difficult and painful micturition in 9 cases, incontinence of urine in 4 cases, hematuria in 2 cases, perineal abscess in 2 cases. Chronic metritis and endometritis come under observation with considerable frequency during the climacteric age, but as a rule, these diseases have originated during the period of sexual maturity, and in exceptional instances, only does the cessation of the menses appear to be the etiological starting point of these disorders. In fact, this occurs only when the menopause is premature, or when it is quite sudden in onset, whether this be due to noxious influences or to constitutional disorder. For the menstrual process quite normally gives rise to a certain congestion of the genital organs, and should menstruation be suddenly suppressed, the blood stasis in the uterus becomes so extreme that morbid tissue changes are very likely to ensue. And when chronic metritis has occurred before, the congestion and stasis in the uterus at the climacteric will usually suffice to light up the inflammatory process afresh. This is the explanation of the fact that symptoms of slight metritis make their appearance at the very beginning of the climax, manifested by thickening of the corpus uteri and of the portio vaginalis of the cervix, by swelling and softening of the mucous membrane, and by abundant secretion. In those who, either after full-term delivery or after abortion, have suffered formerly from chronic metritis or endometritis, but who have been quite free from any symptoms of these troubles for many years prior to the climacteric, it often happens that the change of life is ushered in by symptoms of congestion of the uterus with associated leukorrhea. With the completion of the menopause, however, the resulting involution of the uterus exerts a favorable influence upon all such chronic inflammatory processes in the genital organs. As the atrophy progresses, the periodic attacks of congestion cease to recur. Thus it happens that women who for years have suffered from hemorrhages, from inflammatory disorders of the genital organs, and from various other troubles of a similar nature, will, once the menopause is fully over, feel quite well up to an advanced period of life. They seem as it were to begin life afresh. According to Bennett, the characteristic signs of climacteric metritis are that the inflammatory symptoms are less pronounced, that the pains are less severe, that elongation of the cervix is less often seen, and that fungus changes are less marked than is the case in the chronic metritis of younger women. On the contrary, the cervix appears smaller, often somewhat lobulated. It is harder, granulations are numerous, ulceration is rare, the enlargement of the uterine cavity is but slight. Bennett's views are, however, opposed by Scanzoni, who maintains that there is no notable difference between the chronic metritis of younger women and the disease as it occurs in women at the climacteric. In fact, the chronic metritis and endometritis of women during the climacteric age differs in no important respect from these diseases as they are seen in women during their sexual prime. We merely note that the enlargement of the uterus is less marked. But the thickening and extreme hyperemia of the mucous membrane are the same in both cases. The secretion is increased in quantity. The vaginal portion of the cervix is elongated and usually displays erosions, excoriations, or ulcers. The subjective troubles appear less pronounced than in the case of the metritis of the menarche. The prognosis is as a rule a more favorable one than in the earlier years of sexual life, for as soon as the series of involuntary processes is completed, when the retrogressive changes in the genital organs are at an end, when senile atrophy of the uterus and the uterine annexa has set in, a cure of the troubles formerly so obstinate and so enduring speedily takes place. Quite recently, much has been written upon the subject of a peculiar senile endometritis, and it has been described as a peculiar form of senile, hemorrhagic, leukocytal hyperplasia of the uterine mucous membrane. According to Morange and Lorraine, it occurs in as many as 7.2% of elderly women. It is seen especially in women who earlier in life have suffered from diseases of the genital organs, more especially those who have previously suffered from endometritis. At times, a senile vulvitis or vaginitis is the cause of the disease. Displacements of the uterus with kinking of its canal, whereby retention of the secretion and its decomposition are induced, has been assigned as an additional cause of the disorder. Also prolapse of the uterus, and, in isolated instances, necrotic fibromata. According to the degree to which the atrophy of the tissues has proceeded, and according as the mucous membrane is still partly retained or entirely destroyed, and according to the extent to which the uterine vessels have been affected with the sclerotic processes of old age, does the pathologico-anatomical picture of senile endometritis vary. It may affect the body only of the uterus. It may extend also to the cervix, the vagina, and even the vulva. Upwards it may pass to the uterine annexa and to the peritoneum. The first and most important symptom of this senile endometritis is the outflow, usually intermittent, rarely continuous, of a seropurulent and sometimes sanguineous discharge with a powerful fetid smell. There are colicky pains, which pass off when the uterus has emptied itself. Often, also, there are atypical bleedings, which are not profuse. The uterus is usually found to be larger than the atrophy general at the patient's age would have led us to expect. It is often retroflexed. The cervix is thickened. The lips of the os uteri are usually everted and raw. When persistent, this senile endometritis causes profound constitutional disturbance and is often difficult to differentiate from carcinoma of the uterus. Under the name of senile irritation of the uterus, Maxwell has described a disease occurring at the climacteric, characterized by an enormously increased irritability of the uterus, with marked reflex manifestations. In these cases, also we may perhaps have to do with a senile endometritis. The most pronounced symptom is a severe and constant uterine pain, to which in the course of the disease are superadded pains in the gastric and cardiac regions, the rectum, and the spinal column. These pains lasted a long time, and their severity was such that it became necessary in some cases to remove the uterus. Hydromtra is a disease which makes its appearance principally late in the climacteric period, when menstruation has already completely ceased, and when the adhesions associated with the climacteric atrophy of the uterus have led to atresia of the cervical canal. Among 74 cases of hydromtra, not one of the women was less than 40 years of age. The age distribution of the cases was in fact the following: 40 to 45 in 3 cases, 45 to 50 in 2, 50 to 55 in 2, 55 to 60 in 8, 60 to 65 in 18, 65 to 70 in 12, 70 to 75 in 11, 75 to 80 in 8, 80 to 85 in 4, 85 to 90 in 6 cases. In 40 of these cases, the occlusion was in the region of the os internum. In 23, it was in the region of the os externum. In 9 cases, the whole length of the cervical canal was obliterated, and in 2 both the internal and the external os were occluded, the intervening portion of the cervical canal being still patent. In the two latter cases, there was hydromtra bicamerata, with retroflexion of the uterus. Late in the climacteric period, hematomtra also occurs, though less often than hydromtra. When, in cases in which the os uteri externum is occluded, in consequence of adhesion between the vaginal walls and the vaginal portion of the cervix, as a sequel of the vaginitis ulcerosa adhesiva of elderly women, there is hemorrhage from the atheromatous vessels of the uterus or the tubes. The blood necessarily distends the uterine cavity. During the climacteric period, leukorrhea is so extraordinarily frequent, as the figures previously given show, that the assumption is justified that with the diminution or cessation of the menstrual flow, this hypersecretion from the genital mucous membranes forms as it were a kind of vicarious flux. Sometimes, as in 12 cases recorded by Tilt, we actually have a periodic menstrual leukorrhea. In one of these cases, the discharge recurred at regular monthly intervals for 12 months, in another for 18 months, in several for 2 years, and in one for as long as 7 years. It is only by careful examination that the exact source of the discharge can be determined, for during the climacteric also, as well as earlier in life, leukorrhea may be due either to endometritis or to colpitis. A mucoserous or sanguinoserous secretion may also be due to slight vulvitis. A peculiar form of inflammation occurring after the completion of the menopause, and after the atrophic process in the vagina is considerably advanced, is known as colpitis senilis. In this disease, ulceration readily occurs, followed by cicatricial adhesion between the anterior and posterior walls of the vagina. In other cases, herpetiform eruptions arise, with a tendency to pustule formation. Occlusion of the vagina may lead to hydromtra and pyomtra. Sometimes the obliteration of the vagina is complete, so that there is neither outlet for blood from the uterus, nor inlet for the penis during coitus. This vaginitis adhesiva vetullarum is by no means rare in the climacteric period. As a rule, it does not give rise to very serious trouble, the most prominent symptom being usually somewhat persistent hemorrhage, unaccompanied by any evil odor. On local examination, the characteristic strings of scar tissue are felt, passing from the portio vaginalis to the narrowed senile vaginal fornix. From the cervical canal, there exudes a usually somewhat vitreous mucus, mixed with blood. The cervix itself is thin and atrophied. The uterus also is greatly diminished in size. The frequency at the time of the menopause of such catarrhal inflammatory processes in the vagina and vulva is said by Dupers to depend on the weakness or paresis of the bladder, which is so common in women at this time of life. Owing to the incomplete evacuation of the urine, cystitis very readily ensues. The urine is evacuated involuntarily during sleep, and some of this fluid passes through the vaginal orifice, giving rise all the more readily to colpitis, because the secretion of the atrophic mucous membrane no longer possesses the normal acid bactericidal properties. According to Scott, vulvitis may also arise as a sequel of calculus formation in the glands of Bartholin, a frequent occurrence in elderly life, followed by inflammation and abscess formation in these glands. Among the diseases of the genital organs at the climacteric period, Fritsch also enumerates urethral caruncle and carcinoma of the clitoris. Displacements of the uterus. Among the commonest of the displacements of the uterus occurring during and after the menopause is prolapse of the organ. Previously existing descent of the uterus is apt to be greatly aggravated at the climacteric, a partial prolapse, for instance, becoming complete, or prolapse of the uterus may first set in at this period of life. There are several contributory causes of the liability to prolapse at this particular epoch, especially in women who have had a great many children, and in those with either enlargement of the uterus or with lacerated perineum. The most powerful of these causes being the weakening of the uterine supports in consequence of the general relaxation of the pelvic tissues. At the menopause, the connective tissue by means of which the uterus is attached to surrounding structures withers. Simultaneously, the vagina atrophies, and this source of support is weakened. The whole pelvic floor loses its firmness and power of support. For these reasons, a uterus which has hitherto been in correct position readily becomes retroverted and to some extent prolapsed, whilst one that was already thus far displaced prior to the menopause will now be apt to descend still further till it rests upon the perineum. With the disappearance from the vulva and the perineum of the adipose tissue on which their firmness so largely depends, complete prolapse of the uterus is now likely to ensue. Prolapse of the urethra may also result from senile involution of the pelvic contents. Among my 500 cases of women at the climacteric, there were 65 instances of more or less severe prolapse of the uterus. The frequency of prolapse in women at the climacteric and in those at a more advanced age is shown by the following figures, which are compiled from the post-mortem statistics of the Pathologico-Anatomical Institute of Prague. Prolapse of the uterus was found in the quinquennium 30 to 35 in 2 women, 35 to 40 in 2, 40 to 45 in 6, 45 to 50 in 3, 50 to 55 in 6, 55 to 60 in 8, 60 to 65 in 6, 65 to 70 in 4, 70 to 75 in 4, 75 to 80 in 4, 80 to 85 in 2 women. Flexions and versions of the uterus, common as they are at the time of the menopause, have no longer the same importance that they possessed during the prime of the sexual life. For on the one part, the size of the uterus is greatly diminished, in consequence of the lessened blood supply and of senile involution of the organ. And on the other, after the cessation of menstruation, the profuse hemorrhages and severe colicky pains, which for the most part occurred during menstruation in these cases of kinking of the uterine canal, and which gave rise to such severe general disturbance, now no longer occur. Herein lies the explanation of the fact, well known to all experienced practitioners, that women who have for many years suffered from retroflexion or retroversion of the uterus associated with severe and painful symptoms cease to suffer after the menopause is established and regain excellent health, although the local condition of the uterus remains unrelieved. Neoplasmata of the uterus and of the uterine annexa. The most serious danger to the life of a woman during the climacteric period is to be found in the strong tendency to the occurrence of carcinomatous disease of the uterus, a predisposition so marked that not less than 1/2 of all illnesses affecting the reproductive organs of women at this age are cases of carcinoma of the uterus. The disease occurs especially at the beginning of the climacteric, between the ages of 45 and 50 years, most often in the form of carcinoma of the portio vaginalis, whereas after the completion of the menopause, carcinoma of the body of the uterus is the preponderant form. The true reason for the frequency of the occurrence of carcinoma at this period of life will only become clear to us when we are more fully acquainted with the nature and origin of this form of malignant disease. Meanwhile, it would seem that the predisposition to cancer during and shortly after the menopause depends upon the anatomical changes in the reproductive organs at the time of involution, which render these organs a more suitable soil for the proliferation of malignant growths. And further, it is probable that the loss of the acid, bactericidal quality of the vaginal secretion opens the door for the entrance of pathogenic microorganisms. Noteworthy is the observation of Baer and Leopold that very frequently a preclimacteric or climacteric fungus endometritis forms the stage of transition to the development of carcinoma of the body of the uterus. At the time of the menopause, there is also an increased liability to the occurrence of cancer of the ovaries. Numerous statistical data have been published regarding the frequency with which carcinoma of the uterus occurs at various periods in women's lives, and, notwithstanding all variations, one fact stands out clearly, namely, that this disease occurs most frequently in the 4th and 5th decennia, and above all during the climacteric period. From Gussero's collection of 526 cases, observed by Lebert, Kisch, Chiari, Scanzoni, and Sieksinger, a table has been drawn up, and it shows very clearly the great preponderance of the disease in the 5th decennium of a woman's life. At ages 20 to 30, there were 12 cases, 30 to 40, 161, 40 to 50, 217, 50 to 60, 102, 60 to 70, 38, 70 and upwards, 5 cases. From the mortality statistics, we obtain a similar result as regards the age incidence of carcinoma of the uterus. Thus, in England, there died of this disease in 1 year. Women at ages 15 to 25, 44, 25 to 35, 184, 35 to 45, 717, 45 to 55, 1110, 55 to 65, 1116, 65 to 75, 876. Coming now to the consideration of fibromyalgia of the uterus, we cannot share the opinion that at the climacteric age there is a special predisposition to the origination of such tumors, or that the climax favors the growth of already existing fibromyalgia. It appears to us that in the preclimacteric epoch and the commencement of the climacteric, the symptoms of existing fibromyalgia become more troublesome, the hemorrhages are more severe, the pains more violent, but that as the menopause is established, these troublesome symptoms decline progressively in intensity, and not only is there an arrest in the growth of the tumors, but often an actual diminution in their size. I have myself repeatedly observed such cases, in which I had the opportunity of watching the growth of the myomata during a period of 10 years or more. Other cases, indeed, show that myomata may increase in size after the menopause, at times with remarkable rapidity, and further that at this period of life, a malignant degeneration may occur in such tumors. Carcinomatous, sarcomatous, and myxomatous degeneration have been observed, and also the transformation of a myoma into a soft fibrocystic tumor. Atrophy of fibromyalmatous tumors at the menopause, associated with the atrophy of the uterus that then occurs, has been observed by Playfair and by Doran. The tumor shrinks, its muscle cells become smaller, and undergo fatty degeneration. There is an increase in the interstitial connective tissue, so that ultimately the fibromyalgia is transformed into a firm and dense fibroid swelling. Cases in the older literature, and also a recent observation of Yamagiron, have shown that calcification of uterine fibromyalgia sometimes occurs, leading to the formation of the so-called uterine calculi. In the case of pure myomata, the diminution in size occurring at the climacteric is generally due to resorption and fatty degeneration, whereas in the case of fibromyalgia, it depends on induration and atrophy. It remains uncertain whether the growth of purely fibrous tumors is also affected by the climacteric. Whilst the influence of the climacteric on the growth of fibromyalgia is thus usually advantageous to the patient, exceptions occur, as is shown by cases recorded by Lawson-Tate, Skorler, and Bowerner. The last-named author points out that at the climacteric, there is a tendency for the transformation of fibromyalgia into sarcomata. Kleinwechter had under observation 78 cases of fibromyalgia of the uterus in women who were older than 45 years. In only 8 of these was a diminution in the size of the tumor observed at the menopause. In 11 cases at this time, the tumor increased in size more or less rapidly. In 3 cases, a carcinomatous change occurred in the tumor. In 3 cases, the tumor was first observed at the time of the menopause. In 13 cases, the hemorrhages appeared to undergo a complete arrest at the menopause, but the size of the tumor was not affected. In the remaining 48 cases, no influence, either favorable or unfavorable, appeared to be exercised by the menopause on the fibromyalgia of the uterus. Cases reported by Rajeval, Simpson, and Gusserow indicate the existence of a certain predisposition to the growth of sarcomata of the uterus at the climacteric period. Gusserow more particularly insists on the fact that we must bear in mind the likelihood of the origination of a fibrosarcoma or of the sarcomatous transformation of a fibromyalgia, in all cases in which a fibrous tumor of the uterus first attracts attention at the climacteric period, or in which a tumor hitherto small and inconspicuous and giving little or no trouble begins at this time to increase in size or to give rise to troublesome symptoms. Neuroses of the reproductive organs. One of the commonest neuroses of the reproductive organs at the climacteric period is pruritus vaginae et vulvae, and it is one of the most distressing symptoms of which women of this age complain. The disorder depends upon a hyperesthesia of the sensory nerves of the vagina and the external organs of generation. It is characterized by enduring sensations of itching and burning, which may be either periodic and then usually nocturnal or continuous. At times it becomes so severe that the women thus affected have an unceasing desire to scratch, avoid all society, and ultimately find life quite unbearable. In the slighter degrees of pruritus, no objective changes are to be observed in the genital organs, or at most some slight hyperemia of the vaginal orifice. In the more severe forms, however, there are local nutritive changes. The labia are swollen, their surface has an erythematous blush, a number of the hair follicles are enlarged and prominent. The vaginal orifice is abnormally sensitive. It is scarlet or livid red in color and here and there denuded of epithelium, and there are scattered mucus follicles distended with a serous or purulent fluid. These small vessels are to be seen chiefly on the inner surfaces of the labia minora and around the clitoris. At the same time, the vulva secretes an acid, burning fluid, which greatly increases the patent's sufferings and at times impels her irresistibly to the practice of masturbation. In cases of long-standing, we find hypertrophy, elongation and deformity of the nymphae, and pigmentation of these organs, with the formation of varices. According to Frisch, in exceptional cases, pollutions are the originating cause of the pruritus, and this may be the case in women who are not sexually passionate. It occurs, indeed, especially in matrons who have not had sexual intercourse for years, and who have quite ceased to think about sexual matters. During the night, such a woman will begin to have voluptuous dreams, associated with a degree of sexual stimulation which is described as being actually painful. The woman often suffers greatly from these lascivious sensations. She complains that she cannot understand how it is that she has become affected with such utterly undesired feelings. She becomes profoundly depressed. Coitus often gives no relief whatever, but many women thus affected declare, as Frisch points out, that by powerful, almost involuntary scratching, the stimulus is speedily subdued, and that for this reason they are absolutely compelled to scratch. It will readily be understood that in this way persistent pruritus will arise, with local effects of scratching and vulval eczema. According to the same author, in some instances pruritus is due to great insufficiency of secretion, such as occurs in the endometritis atrophicans which he was the first to describe. This scanty secretion, as it passes over the external genital organs, gives rise to irritation and itching. Hemorrhoids also play a part in the etiology of pruritus. Diseases of the mammae. The sympathy which in the earlier phases of the sexual life, during the menarche, during pregnancy, and during the puerperium, so obviously exists between the breasts and the uterus, is seen also during the climacteric period. It now finds expression chiefly in the marked tendency to new growths in the mammae, a matter to which attention was already drawn by Galen. The commonest of these neoplasmata is carcinoma mammae, a disease which occurs chiefly during the climacteric epoch. In the great majority of cases, cancer of the breast is a primary disorder. In exceptional cases, however, the carcinoma of the breast arises by metastasis from a cancer of the uterus or the ovary. Sometimes the breast tumor is preceded by Paget's disease of the nipple. For several years, the patient suffers from what appears to be a chronic dermatitis of the nipple, the areola mammae, and the surrounding skin. But ultimately, and hardly ever before the commencement of the menopause, carcinoma of the breast ensues. The older statistical inquiries of Burkitt, Lebert, Scanzoni, and Velpo showed that carcinoma mammae most commonly occurred between the ages of 40 and 50 years, and next to that in frequency between the ages of 50 and 60 years. A general hypertrophy of the mammary gland, affecting not only the enveloping and intralobular adipose and connective tissue, but also the proper glandular substance, is very rarely observed during the climacteric period. But in the preclimacteric epoch, and in the early part of the climacteric, we not uncommonly see a hyperplasia of the adipose tissue of the breast, either as a local manifestation of a developing general obesity, lipomatosis universalis, or as a purely local excessive deposit of fat. In such circumstances, the mammae may at times be transformed into monstrous tumors. Diseases of the organs of circulation. Among the cardiac disorders of the menopause, the earliest and the commonest is, in my own experience, the following. At the time of the menopause, exceptionally not till after the complete cessation of menstruation, but usually at the commencement of this period of life, sometime, that is to say, between the age of 40 and 50, either when menstruation has become irregular, the intermenstrual interval having become longer or shorter than has hitherto been the case, or when the discharge has become abnormal in character, a woman who has not before suffered from any kind of cardiac disorder will begin to complain of paroxysms of palpitation. In some cases, the attacks of palpitation occur in the absence of any discoverable exciting cause, In others, some trifling stimulus gives rise to them. They may arise when the patient is in any position, walking, standing, sitting, or recumbent, sometimes even during sleep. The subjective sensation aroused by the increased force and frequency of the cardiac action is described as extremely distressing. It is associated with a feeling of anxiety, with a sense of pressure in the chest, with forcible pulsation of the carotids and of the abdominal aorta. Frequently also with a feeling of a rush of blood to the head, with fugitive heats and severe headache. Sometimes towards the end of the attack, there is a sense of flickering before the eyes, tinnitus aurium, dizziness, and in rare cases actual syncope. Objectively, during the paroxysm, a notable increase in the frequency of the heart's action can be detected, the pulse rate rising to 120 or even 150 per minute. In most of my cases, the pulse throughout the attack remained strong, well-filled, and regular. Sphygmographic tracings taken during the seizures showed a remarkably high pulse wave. The ascending limb of the curve rose rapidly and suddenly, the descending limb fell with corresponding steepness and rapidity, and it reached an unusually low level before the commencement of the dicrotic elevation, which latter was exceptionally large. The predicrotic elevations, on the other hand, were but slightly developed. On auscultation, the tones of the heart were pure, but were louder than normal. Sometimes during a paroxysm, a sudden reddening of the face was noticeable, extending often to the neck and the thorax. In the areas mentioned, vivid red patches would suddenly make their appearance, disappearing more gradually after lasting a few minutes. This appearance was associated with a burning sensation of the affected areas. In some cases during the paroxysm, there was an outbreak of perspiration on the head and the back. Associated with these cardiac troubles of women at the climacteric, we usually find a state of physical and mental disquiet. Less common associations are an incapacity for regular work, sleep uneasy and much disturbed by dreams, great general nervous irritability, or signs of passive congestion in various organs. Occasionally there is edema of the lower extremities. The urine remains free from albumin. In most of the cases of this nature which came under my own observation, a certain plethora was noticeable. Among women at the menopause, it was especially the well-nourished, powerful, sanguine individuals that were liable to palpitation of the heart. Direct examination of the blood sometimes showed a very high hemoglobin richness, 110, 115, or even 120, as compared with a hemoglobin richness of 93 in normal woman. Several of my patients presented the clinical picture of the plethoric form of lipomatosis universalis. In all, during 10 years, I observed 67 cases of paroxysmal tachycardia in climacteric women. The age distribution was the following: 36 years of age 1 woman, 38 years 1, 39 years 2, 40 to 45 years 37, 45 to 50 years 28, over 50 years 8 women. 5 of the patients were unmarried, 3 were married but childless, the remaining 59 were parous women. As a general rule, women live in great dread of all manifestations of bodily disorder during the menopause. Those who become affected with paroxysmal tachycardia are exceptionally anxious and regard themselves as threatened by a stroke. This pessimistic view is, however, by no means justified. These cardiac disorders may make their appearance sometime before the menopause. They may persist throughout the period during which menstruation is irregular. They may even endure for some time after the total cessation of the flow. But serious consequences of this climacteric tachycardia have never come under my observation. As regards treatment of the disorder, I have seen very favorable results from the following measures: the systematic employment of mild purgatives, combined with suitable dietetic and hygienic regulations. When we inquire regarding the cause of the tachycardiac paroxysms occurring at the menopause, we must first of all bear in mind that in the cases which have come under my own observation, the cardiac impulse was powerful, the pulse strong and well-filled, that signs of general vasomotor disturbance accompanied the tachycardiac seizures. Hence, we are led to infer that we have to do with a stimulation of the excitomotor nerve fibers, which would appear to be due to the climacteric changes previously described as occurring in the female reproductive organs. This view receives support from the fact that after our forctomy, when, as in the normal climacteric, atrophic processes occur in the internal reproductive organs, paroxysms of nervous palpitation are frequently observed. The same explanation applies to the fact that in women at the climacteric affected with these tachycardiac troubles, we frequently see in association therewith the symptoms of uterine dyspepsia. But in addition to these local anatomical changes in the reproductive organs, to which an etiological role must be assigned in the production of climacteric tachycardia, the irritable state of the accelerator nerves must also depend in part upon that general nervous hyperexcitability which is so often a characteristic feature of the climacteric period in women, manifesting itself in manifold hyperesthesias, hyperkinesias, neuralgias, and, in extreme cases, mental aberration. The sensory nerves are more irritable than in their normal state, so that every stimulus acting upon them evokes a greater central effect than heretofore, and upon this ensues an exaggeration of various reflex manifestations, which appear altogether disproportionate to the strength of the exciting cause. Among these disproportionate reflex effects is to be numbered the tachycardia just described. But in addition to the causes of climacteric tachycardia already enumerated, we have to take into consideration the results of recent investigations concerning the organotherapeutic employment of the chemical constituents of the ovarian tissue. It would seem that, when at the menopause the ovaries undergo atrophy, so that their internal secretion is no longer poured into the blood, the resulting alteration in the chemical constitution of that fluid gives rise to a disturbance of the vasomotor center in the medulla oblongata. In some cases, the tachycardiac paroxysms appear to be connected with the erotic excitement to which women are sometimes subject at the climacteric, voluptuous crises and ejaculation occurring. It is possible that in some of these cases masturbation plays a part. A second group of cardiac troubles occurring in climacteric women consists of cases which are very common, but not often very severe. The cases in question depend upon the liability to an increased deposit of adipose tissue in the body at the time of the menopause, and in this connection, the plethoric form of lipomatosis universalis almost invariably predominates. It is a well-known fact that between the ages of 40 and 50 years women have an excessive tendency to obesity, and that even those women who have hitherto been extremely lean are apt to become quite plump at the climacteric period. Chiefly in consequence of this increasing obesity, there occurs in climacteric women a series of cardiac troubles of very variable intensity. If the deposit of fat is affected very gradually, and if the obesity does not become extreme, it is only after vigorous bodily exercise, such as fast walking or going upstairs, and after meals, that the patient is troubled with a little shortness of breath and moderate palpitation. Appetite, digestion, and sleep remain usually unaffected in cases of this degree of severity. Definite attacks of cardiac asthma and well-marked signs of cardiac insufficiency affecting the entire circulatory system will very rarely occur in such persons. It is an interesting fact that the troubles which arise from fatty deposits around the heart are in general far less severe in climacteric women than they are in obese men of corresponding age. This may be due to the circumstance discovered by W. Mueller, in the course of his investigations on the proportions of the human heart, that in the development of general obesity, the pericardial fat increases proportionately to a greater extent in the male than in female. But in my opinion, the true explanation is to be found in the fact that variations in the amount of fat in the body are normally far more extensive in women than in men. At puberty, during pregnancy, and during lactation, extensive though gradually affected changes in the amount of adipose tissue in various parts of the body occur, so that experience has rendered the organism ready to adapt itself to the further changes that take place at the climacteric. Above all, the heart has become competent to meet very various demands upon its powers. Only in women who from youth onwards have exhibited a marked tendency to obesity, and in whom at the climacteric age such obesity has become extreme, do the cardiac troubles attendant on the menopause become very severe. In such persons, palpitation and shortness of breath occur on slight exertion, and attacks of cardiac asthma are frequent. In consequence of the diminished propulsive power of the heart, circulatory difficulties make their appearance in the most widely divergent venous areas. The forms most commonly met with are varices in the veins of the lower extremities, permanent dilatation of certain of the small superficial veins of the skin, phlebectasis of the rectal veins, and ultimately we see the well-known series of symptoms of venous engorgement, edema of the feet, passive congestion of the lungs, albumin in the urine, etc. When such cardiac troubles are present, the objective examination of the heart shows in the early stage no gross abnormality. At most, the heart tones seem somewhat weakened, with a moderate enlargement of the area of percussion dullness, whilst the impulse is displaced a little outwards and is weaker than normal. In some cases, however, a marked dullness on percussion over the sternum indicates an extensive deposit of fat in the mediastinal tissues. In the second stage of the fatty heart, when the symptoms have become more severe, we find a considerable enlargement of the area of cardiac dullness both in the vertical and the horizontal extent. The cardiac impulse is diffused as well as feeble. The sounds of the heart are usually pure but faint. In some cases, they remain loud and clear. Exceptionally, a short blowing murmur is heard with the first sound, and sometimes this sound is reduplicated. Whilst in the first stage the pulse is hardly abnormal, in the second stage, very various changes occur. Often it is subdicrotic or dicrotic in character. In the great majority of instances, in these cases of cardiac disorder at the menopause, provided a suitable dietetic regimen is early adopted and perseveringly carried out, we may give a hopeful prognosis. A third, less common but far more serious form of cardiac disorder occurring at the menopause displays the well-known symptoms of cardiac failure. Those thus affected are usually slightly built, delicate women who during the years of development suffered from chlorosis, who in adult life were troubled with anemic symptoms, and in whom the menopause was ushered in by very severe losses of blood. Sometimes, again, they are women who throughout their sexual prime have been accustomed to menstruate very abundantly, who have had numerous and severe deliveries, or who have had frequent miscarriages. It is in those who have thus been weakened by frequent and profuse hemorrhages that the symptoms of cardiac failure ensue at the climacteric period. The women thus affected also frequently suffer from palpitation of the heart. The pulse is abnormally frequent, small, low, and easily compressible, and sometimes intermittent or arrhythmical. The heart's action is weak and devoid of energy. The heart sounds are usually obscure, and sometimes a systolic murmur is audible. The patients are short of breath and are subject to attacks of cardiac asthma, not infrequently associated with angina pectoris. In conjunction with these symptoms, we see signs of venous congestion, sudden attacks of coldness in the hands and feet, often also edema of the feet. The urine at times contains albumin. The hemoglobin richness of the blood is always notably diminished. I need not discuss in further detail the well-known symptoms of cardiac insufficiency, and I need only insist that when these symptoms are met with in women at the climacteric, it is of the greatest importance, alike from the prognostic and from the therapeutic standpoint, to make a careful examination of the reproductive organs, so as to determine the exact source of the recurrent bleedings, which usually constitute the primary cause of the patient's sufferings. In several cases of this kind, I found that the hemorrhages were due to a relaxation of the uterine tissues, and that this relaxation was itself referable to intrapelvic circulatory disturbances, dependent upon obstruction in the vena cava inferior, whereby the venous return from the pelvis was rendered difficult, and an engorgement of the uterine vessels was brought about. In some instances of cardiac failure at the menopause, chronic inflammation within the pelvis is to blame for the menorrhagia upon which the cardiac failure depends. Often, again, the hemorrhages are referable to vasomotor influences, such as are liable during the menopause to affect various vascular areas. In other cases, the recurrent bleeding is due to retroflexion of the uterus, to prolapse of that organ, or to tumor. It may be myoma, polypus, or carcinoma. Finally, during the menopause, more especially in women in whom menstruation has continued up to or beyond the 50th year, or in those who have given birth to a large number of children or have lived lives of severe bodily exertion, cardiac troubles may arise dependent upon arteriosclerosis of the great vessels. The signs of such changes in the walls of the blood vessels are clearly marked. The cardiac impulse is heaving, The second sound of the heart is accentuated. The pulse is full and large, usually giving a very powerful blow to the examining finger, whilst its sphygmographic tracing exhibits characteristic signs in the exceptional height and great distinctness of the first pretocratic elevation. The subjective troubles are in these cases very severe. Dyspnea and attacks of asthma or of vertigo are common, and sometimes albumin may be found in the urine. We may thus summarize the cardiac disorders met with at the menopause, and more or less directly dependent upon the changes undergone by the feminine organism at that period of life. Paroxysmal tachycardia, a reflex neurosis due to the climacteric changes in the ovaries. Nervous palpitation in women who were similarly affected at the time of the menarche, and in whom the trouble is merely the expression of a very unstable nervous system, and one influenced with a special readiness by impressions proceeding from the reproductive organs. Cardiac disorder due to the obesity so commonly occurring as a part of the general metabolic changes of the menopause, but more particularly dependent upon a deposit of fat in the neighborhood of the heart itself. Symptoms of cardiac failure due to excessive losses of blood at the menopause, either as an exaggeration at this time of menstrual processes or as a result of some actual disease within the pelvis. Cardiac disorder in women in whom the menopause occurs at an unusually advanced age and dependent upon arteriosclerosis. Particular consideration must be given to a symptom not infrequently occurring in association with the cardiac troubles of climacteric women, and referable to the circulatory disturbances characteristic of this period of life, namely vertigo. The attack in some cases comes on without apparent cause. In others, it occurs on the performance of some unusual movement or the adoption of some peculiar posture. The patient is suddenly seized with a sense of rotation, either of his own body or else of his visible and palpable environment. With this is associated a sensation of disturbance of equilibrium, flickering before the eyes, tinnitus aurium, palpitation of the heart, increased frequency of the pulse, which may be either full or small, redness or pallor of the face, coldness of the hands and feet, muscular twitchings, a sense of great anxiety, and the outbreak of a cold perspiration. The vertigo occurs in paroxysms, usually of short duration, a few minutes to a quarter of an hour. It is especially plethoric, and obese women who are liable at the climacteric to suffer from this disorder. A somewhat similar condition is described by Tilt under the name of pseudonarcotism, as frequently occurring in climacteric women. Tilt indeed states that in 500 such women, he noted its presence in no less than 277. Many hypotheses have been promulgated to account for the vertigo that so frequently occurs at the menopause. Both anemia and hyperemia of the brain have been assumed as causes, alike dependent upon the irregularity of menstruation, which is supposed to have a reflex influence upon the cerebral circulation. Others regard the vertigo as a climacteric neurosis, since it occasionally occurs before the menstrual irregularities begin, and in such cases, a reflex disturbance of the cerebral circulation cannot be supposed to have arisen. According to Madush, climacteric vertigo is a manifestation of epilepsy, an explanation which has been often extended to include all the menstrual psychoses. Winshade believes that in many of the cases the vertigo is to be explained by the existence of arteriosclerotic changes in the blood vessels, such as are already by no means rare at the age at which the menopause usually occurs. Whilst in other cases, he believes, the vertigo is to be regarded as one of the symptoms of a nervous disorder. That in any case, the vertigo is dependent in some way upon the changes that occur in the reproductive organs at the climacteric period, is shown by the fact that after the final cessation of menstrual activity, the patient, as a rule, ceases to suffer from this symptom. To the circulatory disturbances consequent upon the menopause, we must also refer ardor fugax, fugitive heat, the sudden rushes of blood to which women are prone at this period of life. The cardiac troubles of the menopause are seen especially in women in whom the cessation of menstruation occurs quite suddenly, and in those in whom menstrual activity ceases at an exceptionally early age. It would seem that in such cases, owing to the continuance of periodic maturation of the Graafian follicles associated with congestion of the intrapelvic organs. In the absence of the periodic relief to that congestion afforded by the menstrual flux, there results a summation of stimuli, whereby the accelerator nerves of the heart are very powerfully affected. Thus, I had under my care a lady from Smyrna, 36 years of age. She had begun to menstruate when 12 years of age, and menstruation was always scanty. She married when 15 years old and finally ceased to menstruate when 19 years of age. She was sterile, and no abnormality could be detected on physical examination of her reproductive organs. Every month she suffered from severe paroxysmal tachycardia, with dyspnea, rush of blood to the head, perspiration of the face, etc. In another case, that of a woman 45 years of age, menstruation, hitherto regular, was suddenly suppressed during the flow in consequence of a severe fright. The next month the flow failed to appear at the usual time, but instead the patient was affected with severe cardiac distress, accompanied by sudden sensations of heat in the face, palpitation of the heart, and vertigo. These symptoms lasted for several days, and since then have recurred at intervals of 3 or 4 weeks. The cardiac troubles of the menopause are seen with especial frequency in women who were affected with similar disturbances at the time of the menarche. Experience clearly shows that a certain connection exists between the manifestations that accompany the commencement of sexual activity and those that accompany the decline and extinction of that activity. And a physician will rarely be mistaken if he bases on the fact that the general health was or was not seriously affected at the age of puberty a prognosis that the course of the climacteric will be an unfavorable or a favorable one, respectively. In other words, in women whose nervous system is an unstable one, and in those with hereditary predisposition to the occurrence of cardiac disorder, the changes that take place in the reproductive organs both during the menarche and during the menopause are likely during these vital phases to arouse reflex disturbances of the cardiac functions. The facts thus noted are analogous to those observed by Potting, who distinguishes a peculiar form of chlorosis, occurring in delicate individuals at the age of puberty, and, though apparently cured during the menarche, recurring in its primitive severity at the time of the menopause. Again, women with a sanguine and erythistic temperament are more inclined to suffer from cardiac troubles at the menopause than women of a tranquil temperament, and those endowed with an unimpressionable nervous system. Finally, elderly virgins, women who have for many years lived in chaste widowhood, sterile women, women who have married shortly before the menopause, or who at this time have recently been delivered, are all more inclined to the cardiac troubles of the climacteric period than women whose sexual life has been of a less abnormal character. In the literature of the subject, we find numerous references to the fact that among the disorders of the climacteric, circulatory disturbances play a part. But a full and accurate account of these disorders is lacking alike in the literature of gynecology and in that relating to diseases of the heart. And this is true even of the most recent publications. Among striking individual cases, one recorded by Moon may be mentioned here, a case of tachycardia consequent upon a sudden menopause. In a woman 35 years of age, the menses were suppressed owing to chill. The pulse frequency increased from 80 to 200 without any apparent change in the heart or its valves. The symptom lasted for several days, when menstruation became once more established, and the pulse frequency fell again to the normal. Tilt expresses the opinion that the heart is but little involved in the disturbances of the climacteric, his experience coinciding with that of Quain. Bowerner and Gleevec, on the contrary, describe the heart troubles of the climacteric in terms very similar to those employed by myself. A. Clement describes a peculiar form of disturbance of the functions of the heart at the climacteric period, to which he gives the name of cardiopathy de la ménopause, and of which he has seen 4 cases. The age of his patients varied from 46 to 50 years. They were all vigorous women, free from hysterical symptoms, and they had never suffered from rheumatism or from any functional disturbance of the heart. In all these cases, the cardiac disorder occurred at a time of life when menstruation still continued, but had already become somewhat irregular. Usually the trouble in question makes its first appearance during the flow, or, if occurring independently of menstruation, becomes more severe at that time. Prior to the development of the actual heart symptoms, we observe for a time, 2 or 3 months it may be, signs of general exhaustion and weakness. Then occurs an attack of palpitation of the heart, rapidly succeeded by faintness, sense of precordial anxiety, and dyspnea. During repose, the patient does not usually suffer from any difficulty in breathing, but sleep is apt to be disturbed by paroxysms of palpitation and severe precordial anxiety. As the disease advances, dyspnea is observed on the slightest exertion. Ultimately, the symptoms mentioned, palpitation, precordial anxiety, and dyspnea, become permanent, but are less severe when the patient is at rest. Constant now is also the feeling of weakness and faintness, which from time to time increases to actual syncope with complete loss of consciousness and coldness of the entire surface of the body. Examination of the heart gives negative results. The cardiac impulse is a little stronger than normal. The cardiac rhythm may be either regular or irregular, but actual intermission of the beats does not occur. The heart sounds are pure, there is no murmur. The first sound, if altered at all, will be stronger, not weaker than normal. Neither swelling of the jugular veins nor venous pulsation is to be observed. The most striking symptom of heart affection, indeed the only positive physical sign, is the great increase in the frequency of the heart's action, the pulse rate often being as much as 150 or 160 per minute, and in addition weak and somewhat variable in strength. At the outset of the disease, no edema of the lower extremities is to be observed, and it only appears after 3 or 4 attacks. In all the patients, the extreme pallor of the face is a striking feature. An increased quantity of urine is eliminated. The course of the disease is characterized by a series of successive paroxysms, separated by periods of almost complete remission. At first, these remissions last for a month or 2, but they gradually become shorter and shorter, whereas the duration of the attacks continually increases until it is as much as 7 or 8 days. At this stage, disturbance of digestion ensues, the appetite is lost, and the general vigor declines. Recovery ultimately occurs, but very gradually. Claimant refers the disease to a profound disturbance of the cardiac innervation through the sympathetic nerves, but believes that anemia constitutes a contributory cause of the cardiac disorder. Kisch has made observations regarding the influence of the climacteric upon previously existing heart disease, and has thereby been led to conclude that the influence is unfavorable. The functional disturbances of the cardiovascular apparatus, which commonly accompany the menopause, readily lead, should organic heart disease exist, to the onset of severe cardiac weakness, which may have a rapidly fatal termination. In 55.5% of the women who enter the climacteric period with organic disease of the heart, the menopause gives rise to a failure of compensation. Such failure of compensation is especially likely to occur in women suffering from valvular insufficiency. It is least probable in cases of arteriosclerosis without valvular defect. The symptoms of defective compensation, dilatation of the heart, increased frequency of the pulse, arrhythmia cordis, etc., are manifested especially during the menstrual flow. Diseases of the digestive organs. The congestions which, as we have already pointed out, constitute the pathological basis of the majority of the disorders of the climacteric, manifest themselves in the abdominal organs in the well-known form of plethora abdominalis. Chronic venous congestion of the gastric and intestinal mucous membrane, hyperemia of the liver, hyperemia of the mucous membrane of the bladder, catarrh of the bladder, distension of the hemorrhoidal veins. And the various symptoms dependent upon these several forms of congestion. Bleeding from the hemorrhoidal veins and chronic diarrhea are 2 of the troubles proceeding from the above-mentioned congestion of the intra-abdominal vessels, which occur so frequently during the climacteric period that since the days of antiquity they have been regarded as critical manifestations of the menopause, the object of which is to afford a vicarious outlet for the menstrual flux, now become irregular and intermittent. It can, indeed, be readily understood that a discharge of blood and an increased secretion from the mucous membrane of the lower part of the intestine may, if not too violent, exercise a favorable influence upon the congestive states of the climacteric by relieving the distension of the abdominal vessels, by a local bloodletting which regulates the disordered circulation. In this way, even though we have ceased to regard it as a critical manifestation, hemorrhoidal bleeding, accompanied by an increased secretion from the intestinal mucous membrane, may at the climacteric period have a distinctly favorable influence upon a woman's general condition. Hippocrates already in his aphorisms pointed out the salutary effect of epistaxis and of diarrhea in women suffering from suppression of the menses. Other authors have assigned a critical significance to diarrheas occurring at the climacteric and have warned against their suppression. According to Tilt, diarrhea occurred in 12% of all women of this age coming under his observation. In 4% of the climacteric women, this diarrhea recurred at regular monthly intervals, whilst in 8%, the recurrence was irregular. In 500 women during the climacteric age, Tilt observed the following abdominal disorders: swollen hemorrhoids in 62 cases, diarrhea in 60 cases, enduring disturbance of the biliary secretion in 56 cases, bleeding hemorrhoids in 24 cases, intestinal hemorrhages in 20 cases, icterus in 6 cases, hemate mesis in 4 cases, monthly intestinal hemorrhages in 2 cases, monthly bleeding from hemorrhoids in 1 case. In my own observation, constipation is more frequent in climacteric women than diarrhea, the constipation being also a symptom of abdominal congestion. Sometimes, when diarrhea occurs, it is really secondary to constipation. The accumulation of the fecal masses stimulates the intestinal mucous membrane and gives rise to a profuse aqueous-mucous secretion. The firm fecal masses are then liquefied, the intestinal wall is lubricated, and the constipation gives place to diarrhea lasting perhaps for several days. This is the explanation of many cases in which there is a periodic recurrence of diarrhea. Dyspeptic disturbances are rarely absent during the climacteric period. Most often we see disordered appetite, sluggish digestion, pyrosis, eructation, at times nausea and retching, and actual vomiting of a watery or bilious fluid. Occasionally, an abnormal sensation of hunger follows each meal, associated, however, with a feeling of distension of the stomach. A very distressing symptom is an excessive formation of gas within the intestine. At times, such meteorism is extreme, and it then gives rise to very severe abdominal pain. The gas is evacuated slowly, and with difficulty, the patient is compelled to loosen all her clothing. More especially after a meal, she is compelled to take off her stays and undo all the bands of her petticoats and skirt. At the same time, we see difficulty in breathing and tachycardia. Such an accumulation of gas within the abdomen may give rise to serious errors in diagnosis, the swelling being attributed to pregnancy or to abdominal tumor. Noteworthy also at the time of the menopause is the occurrence of vomiting, either as an isolated symptom or in association with some other well-known climacteric disorder. When this vomiting is associated with some unmistakable form of excessive secretory activity, we may readily suppose that the vomiting is due to undue secretory activity on the part of the gastric mucous membrane. An excessive production of gastric juice, perhaps altered in quality as well as quantity, combined with some other disorder of gastric innervation, will sufficiently explain the occurrence of the sometimes excessive vomiting, even though in many of the cases there may be no reason to suppose that there exists any primary stimulation of the vomiting center. In other cases, however, it is probable that the trouble is really due to a primary disorder of that center, and a careful study of the clinical features of the case will be needed to show how far there may be associated with this other disorders of gastric innervation. Disturbances of the biliary secretion, icterus of greater or less severity, are by no means rare manifestations of the abdominal congestion of climacteric women, and such disorders have also been regarded as vicarious processes originated by the cessation of the menstrual flux. Heinrich also has pointed out that with the cessation of menstruation at the climacteric, we not infrequently observe swelling of the liver, which disappears when, after a considerable period, the menstrual flow recurs, a sequence of symptoms which may be repeated again and again for a considerable time. Diseases of the skin. The most characteristic symptom of disorder of the skin met with at the climacteric period, one which indeed may be said to be never absent, is ardor fugax, fugitive heat, And scarcely less common is hyperhidrosis, an excessive secretion of sweat. Almost invariably, at the commencement of the menopause, women complain of a feeling of burning heat, rising up from the breast to the face. And if they are kept under observation, we see from time to time a sudden redness of the face, and sometimes also of the neck and chest, associated with the outbreak of a thin perspiration. Moreover, in nearly all climacteric women, we notice an increased secretion of sweat over the whole surface of the body, and at times this secretion is extremely profuse. In association with these symptoms, we often see the hyperemic processes in the skin known by the names of erythema and roseola, taking the form of larger or smaller bright red patches, which are most frequently seen on the sides of the neck, the front of the chest, and the face. In many women, at the menstrual periods, when the flow has become scanty or has already entirely ceased, we observe the occurrence of eczematous eruptions, which have for this reason received the distinctive name of climacteric eczema. In the majority of these cases, the eczema does not make its appearance until the regular menstrual flux has completely ceased to occur. And in the less common cases in which the flow persists after the climacteric eczema has begun, menstruation is rarely regular, but has begun to exhibit the variability and disorder characteristic of the time of the menopause. If the eczema comes on after the menopause is completely established, it usually appears in from 6 to 12 months after the cessation of the flow. But in some cases, the eruption appears very soon after the menopause, whilst in others, its onset may be delayed for as long as 4 or 5 years. Climacteric eczema is obstinate and shows no tendency to spontaneous cure. With regard to the localization of the eruption, Bone found that in 3/4 of the cases, it affected the hairy scalp and the ears. Rayer and Hebra also state that the eczema of the menopause is most frequently seen in these two situations, whilst the next commonest site for the eruption is the face. As regards other parts of the skin, it is only that of the extremities that is ever affected by this disease, especially the hands and the fingers, less often the forearms or the backs of the feet. It never appears on the trunk. With regard to the types of eczema occurring in connection with the menopause, we see almost exclusively the squamous and the weeping forms of the disease. In general, at the climacteric period, the skin is extremely sensitive and devoid of powers of resistance to outward noxious influences. Alternations of dampness and dryness or of heat and cold readily give rise to redness, infiltration, and the formation of scales and fissures of the skin. Sometimes this occurs merely after cold ablutions. These acute stages of swelling, redness, and vesiculation of the skin readily pass on into chronic and obstinate dermatitis. Not infrequently, during the climacteric, as during the menarche, inflammation of the sebaceous glands occurs, acne, at times accompanied by seborrhoic manifestations. In other cases, we see disfigurations of the face in consequence of vascular dilatations, especially on the nose and on the adjoining portions of the cheeks, rosacea, in which disease also there is associated inflammation of the sebaceous glands. Another disorder of the skin of the face, which is greatly dreaded by women at this time of life, owing to the unsightly appearance it produces, is the development of sinuous dilatations of some of the superficial vessels, at times associated with connective tissue proliferation in the form of red or violet-colored painless nodules. An extremely distressing affection, and one which is especially apt to attack women during the change of life, is the previously mentioned pruritus genitalium. The itching is in some cases confined to the external genital organs, whilst in others it extends into the interior of the vagina. Also, it may pass backwards over the perineum and on into the gluteal folds. In some cases, some local pathological condition will be found to account for the disorder. Catarrh of the vagina or of the cervix uteri, displacements, inflammations, or new growths of the uterus, anomalies of the ovary, the bladder, or the urethra. Cohnstein draws attention to a circular hyperplasia of the vaginal portion of the cervix, occurring during the menopause, and, owing to the vascular dilation by which it is characterized, possessing close analogies with hemorrhoids. The worst symptom of this affection is pruritus. That in these cases the pruritus is actually dependent upon the hemorrhoidal hyperplasia of the portio vaginalis, Cohnstein considers to be proved by the fact that, whilst local applications give no more than momentary relief to the itching. This symptom is completely relieved by the abstraction of blood from the cervix. But in addition to such cases as these, we have from time to deal with patients suffering from violent genital pruritus during the climacteric period, in whom we shall vainly seek for any local pathological changes, to the cure of which our therapeutic zeal may be directed. Analogy with some other disorders of the climacteric leads us to conclude that in these cases also we have to do with an idiopathic neurosis. The frequent recurrence of pruritus vulvae leads ultimately to the formation of nodules and papular eruptions. Many authors state that they have observed the frequent occurrence of erysipelas during the climacteric period. Others assert that furunculosis, prurigo, urticaria, and herpes zoster are seen with especial frequency at this period of life. Tilt, in his 500 cases of women at the climacteric age, made the following observations. 201, or 40.2%, suffered from heats and tendency to perspiration. 2, or 0.4%, suffered from monthly recurrence of periods of perspiration. 84, or 16.8%, suffered from profuse perspirations. 13, or 2.6%, suffered from cold sweats. 14, or 2.8%, suffered from dry heats. 186, or 37.2%, remained free from such attacks of heat or perspiration. Krieger gives as an example of the occurrence of new troubles at the change of life, furunculosis, so also does Bowerner. The discoloration of the face, occurring usually in connection with pregnancy or with diseases of the reproductive organs, and known as cloasma uterinum, has been seen by Cohnstein during the climacteric period, chiefly in cases in which, owing to some degree of failure of general nutrition, the skin has been thrown into folds. Wilson regarded prurigo and eczema as the commonest skin diseases of the climacteric period, whilst Bowerner draws attention to a connection between climacteric conditions and the outbreak of herpes zoster. Disorders of metabolism. Among the disorders of metabolism to which women are especially prone at the climacteric period, we must in the first place allude to obesity and to gout. Numerous observations have shown us that the time of the change of life, the period between the ages of 40 and 50 years, is the one especially favorable in women to the extensive deposit of fat in the tissues. In 200 cases of great obesity in women, in which I instituted inquiries regarding the age at which an excessive deposit of fat in the tissues had first been noticed, I obtained the following results. In early childhood in 19 cases, at the age between 15 and 20 years in 30 cases, at the age between 20 and 30 years in 45 cases, at the age between 30 and 40 years in 52 cases, at the age between 40 and 50 years in 54 cases, at ages over 50 years 0 cases. We learn from these figures that it is between the ages of 40 and 50 years that there is the greatest tendency in women for the accumulation of fat, but that as early as between the ages of 30 and 40 years, this accumulation may in many instances begin. Speaking generally, there is in women an obvious connection between the development of obesity and the state of the reproductive functions, inasmuch as at puberty, during the puerperium, and above all at the climacteric, there is a special tendency to the accumulation of fat in the subcutaneous tissues. At the commencement of the menopause, it is more especially in the abdominal wall, the breasts, and the buttocks that we witness the deposit of fat. In the abdomen, owing to the thickening of the subcutaneous tissues and of the great peritoneal folds, especially of the great omentum, a marked protrusion occurs, whilst the umbilicus becomes more deeply hollowed and ultimately funnel-shaped. In some instances, the deposit of fat around the navel favors the occurrence of umbilical hernia. After an artificial menopause, induced by arforctomy, it has also been noticed in from 42 to 52% of the cases that a marked general deposit of fat has occurred, affecting especially the breasts and the buttocks. This obesity in climacteric women not only impairs to a serious extent their good looks, but brings in its train a number of troubles, and gives rise to manifold morbid manifestations, and among these, changes in the heart, which may readily threaten the patient's life. In consequence of extensive fatty deposits in the myocardium, associated with actual fatty degeneration of the muscular fibers, cardiac insufficiency ensues, with all its distressing and disastrous consequences. It is further necessary to insist upon the fact that obesity during the climacteric very definitely favors the occurrence of menorrhagia. On examining 282 women, 5 years after the complete cessation of the menstrual flow, Tilt found that 121 had become stouter than before, 71 were unchanged in this respect, and 90 were thinner than formerly. Alike in the third class and in the first were a very large proportion of women in whom the change of life had entailed much illness and suffering. But in the first class, the women who had been thus affected had at that time lost weight, and only in the latter half of the climacteric period, when their troubles had become less severe, had the condition of embonpoint made its appearance. Passing now to the consideration of arthritis uricea in women at the climacteric, it is worthy of mention that Hippocrates was so much struck by the association that he went so far as to deny that gout occurred at all in women before the menopause. The fact of the matter is that, whilst women are in general less disposed than men to the occurrence of gout, the tendency of women to this disease during the climacteric period is so marked that at this epoch of life the disease is far more common in women than it is in men of corresponding age. It is in obese women, with a soft, white, and lax integument, with a pallid, somewhat bloated countenance, a poorly developed muscular system, extensive varicosities of the veins of the legs, marked dyspeptic troubles, and habitual constipation, that during the preclimacteric and climacteric periods, gout is especially apt to make its appearance. It is then characterized by the following symptoms. From time to time, the woman suffers from tearing or shooting pains in the joints, lasting at first a short time only, and returning after longer or shorter intervals. With the frequent return of the pains, the affected joints become swollen. And finally, the patient suffers from the characteristic attacks of acute gouty arthritis, with the well-known consecutive symptoms of this affection. According to the observations of Geist, during the climacteric period, 28 women suffer from gout as compared with 4 men of corresponding age. Tilt publishes the following figures showing the mortality of women from gout in England. At ages 20 to 30 years, 56 women, 30 to 40 years, 121 women, 40 to 50 years, 291 women, 50 to 60 years, 152 women, 60 to 70 years, 104 women. Regarding diabetes mellitus during the menopause, Lawson Tate, who maintained there was a distinct form of climacteric diabetes, asserted that this disorder of metabolism was less severe and runs a longer course during the climacteric period than at other times of life. Diseases of the nervous system. The disturbances of the nervous system that occur during the climacteric period manifest themselves chiefly in the form of hyperesthesia and hyperkinesia. The sensory nerves appear to me for the most part to be more irritable than normal, inasmuch as every stimulus by which they are affected arouses a comparatively greater sensation, and gives rise to an excessive reaction in the sphere of consciousness. The cutaneous hyperesthesia of climacteric women is shown in very various ways, the commonest being the anomaly of sensation, which gives rise to the symptom known as pruritus, characterized by paroxysms of itching in more or less extensive areas of skin, with consecutive nutritive changes in the affected portions of the integument. The commonest and the most distressing form of this disorder during the menopause is pruritus vulvae. In addition to such manifestations of cutaneous hyperesthesia, vasomotor disturbances of the skin are of frequent occurrence, characterized by redness, rise of temperature, and sometimes the formation of nodules in the affected areas. Almost without exception, at the outset of the climacteric period, and sometimes also in the preclimacteric epoch, women complain of a very distressing feeling of fugitive heat in various portions of the surface of the body, manifested objectively by the rapid appearance and no less rapid subsidence of a red coloration of the skin of the face, the neck, and the chest. Such fugitive heats are due to disturbances of vasomotor innervation, giving rise to sudden variations in the amount of blood passing through the vessels of the affected areas of skin. Hardly less frequent during the climacteric are the sensations of imaginary movement, which give rise to the subjective symptom known as vertigo. Often in women at this time of life, it occurs quite without apparent cause, but in other cases on the performance of some unusual movement or the adoption of some unusual posture. There is a sudden perception of rotatory movement, either of the patient's own body or else of her visible and palpable environment. With this feeling of disturbed equilibrium, there is often associated optical and auditory hyperesthesia, flickering before the eyes, tinnitus aurium, painful sensations in the head and more especially in the occipital region, nausea, vomiting, sense of anxiety, cold sweats, muscular twitchings, alternating redness and pallor of the face, and coldness of the feet. The vertigo occurs in paroxysms, usually of short duration, varying from 1 to 15 minutes. It is especially in plethoric and obese women that climacteric vertigo occurs. A peculiar form of this climacteric vertigo is that described by Tilt under the name of pseudonarcotism of climacteric women, characterized by a sense of swimming movements, uncertainty in the gait, vacancy of expression, a confused look in the eyes like those of a drunken person, and a kind of mental stupor which the patient cannot shake off without considerable effort. The women thus affected state that they feel as if they had had too much to drink, as if something had gone to their heads. Indeed, their great fear is that they will be supposed to be intoxicated by those who see them walking in the streets. They feel even that they must refuse to receive the visits of their acquaintances if they wish to preserve their reputation for sobriety. They suffer also from great drowsiness, from a disagreeable sense of weight or pressure in the head, from a feeling as if the brain was clouded or needed to have some cobwebs swept away. They feel a disinclination to both mental and physical exertion, and their memory and all other intellectual powers are impaired. Bowerner maintains that the attacks of vertigo so frequently occurring at the menopause are in a minority of cases only dependent upon hyperemic states. On the contrary, he believes that the cause more often lies in hysteria, in chronic disorder of the digestive tract, or, finally, in anemia. In his opinion, vertiginous attacks dependent upon cerebral anemia are very common indeed during the climacteric period, and even for a long time afterwards, and he believes that their nature is often completely misinterpreted. Another very unpleasant indication of disordered nervous function during the climacteric period is the sleeplessness that is so common at this time of life. Women who during the daytime feel comparatively well suffer at night, sometimes periodically at exactly the same hour night after night, from a state of general restlessness, and for this reason are unable to obtain the sleep for which they long. They throw themselves uneasily from side to side of the bed or wander restlessly about the room, and before long, owing to this want of sufficient repose, become greatly depressed. Among the neuroses of the sensory apparatus, the various kinds of cutaneous neuralgia are less common than during the menarche and the menecmy. But on the other hand, in my personal experience at any rate, the visceral neuralgias are commoner, more especially cardialgia and hypogastric neuralgia. Of the superficial neuralgias, hemicrania and intercostal neuralgia are those which occur most often during the climacteric period. During the change of life, hemicrania most commonly occurs in typical association with menstruation. Or, if the flow has already ceased, the attacks of hemicrania recur at what should be the menstrual periods. This affection is characterized by the paroxysmal occurrence of a severe boring pain in the side of the head, more often the left side than the right, affecting the temporal, the parietal, or the occipital region, or the entire side of the calvaria at once, usually accompanied with redness and local rise of temperature of the painful part. The duration of the paroxysms varies in different cases from 1 or 2 to many hours. With the pain are associated chilliness, nausea, exhaustion, and a severe feeling of general malaise. Of the intercostal neuralgias, one form deserves especial mention in this connection. I refer to mastodynia, which is both physically and mentally one of the most distressing affections to which women are subject during the climacteric period. For a middle-aged woman suffering from mastodynia, the irritable breast of Cooper almost invariably feels assured that these pains localized in the breast and its immediate vicinity are indications of a commencing cancer of the breast. And it is an exceedingly difficult matter, in most cases, to convince her that her fears are without foundation. In this manner, partly in consequence of the directly depressing effect of the pains, which are commonly intensely severe, and partly owing to the disturbance of mind produced by the belief that an incurably fatal disorder has begun, I have in several instances seen cases of profound melancholia originate. According to Winshade, among the enduring painful sensations of the climacteric period, pains in the lower extremities are of somewhat frequent occurrence. Day after day, the patient suffers from distressing tearing or lancinating sensations in the legs. The trouble is insusceptible of more exact description, but is nonetheless a very severe one. In addition to the lower extremities, the back, the spinal column, and more particularly the lumbosacral region, are often the seats of incessant pain. In the thoracic region of the back, the pain is usually diffuse. When confined to the spinal column, however, it is commonly limited to individual vertebrae, the spinous processes of those affected being also sensitive to pressure. The sacral pains may in some cases predominate to such an extent that it is on this ground alone that the patient comes to seek medical advice. The sacrache is equally severe when the patient is standing, sitting, or recumbent. It often radiates into the lower extremities. Bowerner draws attention to the fact that in many cases the pains in the sacrum or higher, up in the back, may be due to excessive tension of the abdominal parietes in consequence of the great accumulation of fat. Among motor manifestations, Winshade draws especial attention to a certain degree of weakening of the muscles of the lower extremities. Although on examination no abnormality can be detected, fatigue and functional incapacity, more especially in the lower extremities, ensue in a manner altogether disproportionate to the exertion, so that the patient is most unwilling to take even a short walk, to go upstairs, etc. In pronounced cases, the patient will never go out walking without carrying a camp stool, so that she can sit down to rest directly she begins to feel fatigued. In association with these disorders of motility, we most commonly see the above-mentioned painful sensations in the legs, and by these latter the functional incapacity of the lower limbs is of course increased. Weakness of the arms is far less frequently observed, but occasionally we hear complaints that on the performance of domestic duties, needlework, etc., which previously could be carried out quite easily, the arms and hands are now speedily fatigued and rendered functionally incapable. Of the visceral neuralgias, cardialgia is by no means rare during the climacteric period. The pain is concentrated in the epigastric region, but not infrequently radiates to the back and to the chest. Hypogastric neuralgia is also not uncommon, pain in the lower part of the abdomen, associated with a sense of pressure in the bladder, the uterus, and the rectum, and sometimes radiating to the thighs and to the region of the hemorrhoidal nerves. The opinion expressed by several authorities that the menopause favors the occurrence of cerebral apoplexy must, according to Winshade, be received with caution. We have to remember that with advancing years atheromatous changes are apt to occur in the cerebral arteries, and it is to these changes, altogether independently of the climacteric, that cerebral hemorrhage is due. It appears, however, to be a fact that the menopause favors the onset of progressive paralysis. According to Jung, 60%, and according to von Krafft-Ebing, 27%, of women affected with paralysis were first affected in this way during the climacteric period. Von Krafft-Ebing explains this occurrence by the fact that during the menopause fluxions of vasomotor origin are common, and these serve as the starting point of transudative processes. Among the neuropathic manifestations of the climacteric period, we must reckon the at times excessive increase of the sexual impulse. We have already insisted upon the fact that the sexual impulse is not normally extinguished in women at the time of the cessation of menstruation. On the contrary, sexual desire commonly persists long after the menopause, and on this fact is largely dependent the frequency with which elderly women espouse quite young men. But in some cases, the sexual impulse is enormously enhanced during the climacteric period, and the patient experiences paroxysms of intense voluptuous sensation, associated with manifestations of abnormal reflex and psychical reaction, with increased frequency of the pulse and the respiration, emotional excitement, it may be loss of consciousness, and even general convulsions. Some of these cases of disordered sexuality occur in those previously affected with pruritus vulvae et vaginae. More particularly Genso de Mussy and Boerner have described cases of such excessive libido sexuales during the climacteric period voluptuous crises with pollutions, occurring independently of any external cause. The women thus affected have a continued succession of erotic ideas. They experience an itching and burning sensation in the genital organs. And from time to time, this culminates in a paroxysm of sexual feeling, with orgasm and increased secretion from the glands of the vulva. Bowerner has observed that characteristic variations in the libido sexualis commonly occur at the climacteric period. Not infrequently at this time, the sexual desire becomes greatly diminished in intensity or even entirely disappears. More often, however, the desire persists throughout this epoch. Finally, in many instances, the desire undergoes an increase, at times to a degree amounting to positive torment. The first of these changes, the decline in the intensity of the sexual desire, harmonizing as it does with the general extinction of the sexual functions at the change of life, might have been expected to be the normal occurrence. And it is a fact that in many cases characterized by an increase of libido sexualis at the climacteric epoch, Bowerner found that there existed anatomical abnormalities in the reproductive organs. Be this as it may, an increase in the intensity of sexual desire, as long as that increase is not altogether excessive, may be regarded as one manifestation of the visceral hyperesthesias so general at this time of life. In the excessive degrees of this affection, however, those in which at times the sexual crisis is associated with general convulsions, we must, with Romberg, recognize the existence of a direct neuralgic state of the spermatic plexus. It is especially before the commencement of an actual menstrual period, or before a due period which fails to occur, that during the critical years complaint is made of this state of excessive sexual desire and sensibility. And in many instances, the trouble begins at the very first appearance of the menstrual irregularities which foreshadow the menopause. Winshade draws attention to the fact that occasionally the nervous manifestations may make their appearance prior to the occurrence of any menstrual irregularity, so that it is by the nervous disturbance that the woman or her physician is warned of the approach of the menopause. When the menstrual anomalies begin, continues Winshade, that is to say, at the commencement of the climacteric, the nervous troubles may have already attained their maximum and have begun to decline in intensity. As a general rule, however, the appearance of the nervous disturbances coincides with the commencement of the menstrual irregularities. It may happen that these disturbances are intensified with each recurring period, but this is not the rule. Sometimes, however, we may observe that when menstruation occurs with excessive frequency, a by no means rare phenomenon at the outset of the climacteric, the nervous disturbances become more severe, and especially is this the case when the unduly frequent flow is also abnormally profuse, as indeed often happens. The manifestations of climacteric neurosis occur, as Winshade rightly insists, most frequently in the sphere of the psyche. We observe a change in the disposition, which usually becomes more excitable. A woman previously calm and composed becomes irritable, inclined to emotional disturbance and to fits of temper, and unable to bear with equanimity the pinpricks so frequent in daily life, and especially in the daily life of a housewife. In other cases, however, the disturbance of the psyche is rather in the direction of depression. We observe a kind of spiritual inhibition, a deficiency of vital energy, an indifference to things which formerly gave pleasure. Almost always, also, complaints of loss of memory are among the indications of such depression. To these intellectual anomalies are superadded disturbances of sensibility. There is excessive sensitiveness to bright lights, loud noises, and strong odors. Frequently, also, in such cases, we see great intolerance to alcohol, quite small doses giving rise to extremely disagreeable sensations in the head. Climacteric Psychoses. The powerful influence which the changes occurring at the climacteric period has in the origination of psychoses has long been recognized, the menopause, in fact, being a favorable soil for the cultivation of mental disease. The fact is embodied in medical terminology, since many authors speak of climacteric insanity, assuming that the psychoses of this period of life present a definite and characteristic clinical picture. In an earlier part of this work, it was shown that the process of menstruation has generally a marked effect upon the psyche, and that disturbances of menstrual activity are competent to exercise a pathogenic influence upon the mental condition of the woman who suffers from them. Still greater and more intense is the influence of the cessation of menstrual activity, with its powerful and widespread disturbance of the entire organism, with its destructive oscillations of equilibrium in the spheres of sensation, perception, ideation, and volition. It is easy to understand how the rarer recurrence of menstruation, the occasional profuse losses of blood, the complete suppression of menstruation, the conditions peculiar to the climacteric period of stasis and congestive hyperemia of the brain, are competent, more especially in hereditarily predisposed persons, to give rise to the development of psychoses. Whilst in those already suffering from mental disorder, the menopause will be likely to bring about an aggravation in their symptoms. At this time of life, also, we have to take into account the effect of certain ideational influences to which allusion has already been made, the thought that womanhood and its joys are passing away forever, and the fear of the dangers attendant upon this critical period of the change of life. A French proverb alludes to le diable de courante, ans, si habile a tormentor les femmes. Mental disorder will be more likely to ensue at the climacteric period in those women whose nervous systems have always been unduly irritable, and in those affected with hereditary predisposition to insanity. Further, it is more likely to occur in those in whom the menopause takes place quite suddenly, in a catastrophic manner, than in those in whom the climacteric proceeds gradually and unaccompanied by any stormy manifestations in the organism at large. It is not, in my opinion, possible to recognize any specific form of mental disorder peculiar to the climacteric period, but nevertheless, the psychoses occurring at this time of life do exhibit certain striking and characteristic features, more especially in this respect, that states of mental depression with melancholia predominate, whilst erotic influences are manifest in their etiology. In the slighter forms, volition and ideation are unaffected, and the trouble manifests itself in the form of hypochondriacal moods, associated with bodily troubles. In more severe cases, we see emotional depression, states of anxiety, limitation of the powers of conception and judgment, indecisiveness, low-spiritedness, and apathy. Or, on the other hand, restlessness, an inclination to continued moving about, the eager pursuit of continually varying occupations, loquacity, etc. Finally, if the mental disorder becomes still more severe, hallucinations, delirium, paroxysms of intense excitement, and in exceptional instances, fully developed mania. As with regard to the other disorders attending the climacteric, so also in respect of the climacteric psychoses, women who have been or are married, who have had a reasonable number of children, and have been accustomed to a sufficiency of sexual activity, are more favorably situated, are far more immune, than women whose sexual circumstances have been the opposite of those mentioned, who have had 1 or 2 children only, who have indulged in intercourse only when protected from pregnancy by the use of preventive measures, or have remained sexually unsatisfied, and, finally, women who have never married, and those who, for many years prior to the commencement of the menopause, have lived in chaste widowhood. In old maids, to the somatic effects of sexual abstinence are superadded the effects of the intellectual and emotional recognition of a wasted life. Again, it by no means rarely comes under our observation that women who in youth, at the time of the menarche, suffered from psychical disturbances, are apt once again to be affected with transitory mental disorder at the change of life. Once, however, the menopause is completely at an end, a condition of mental quiescence is as a rule established, and then it may happen that previously existent mental disorders undergo amelioration. But on the other hand, we have in all cases to reckon with the possibility that they may take an unfavorable turn in the direction of the development of senile psychoses. Of considerable interest is the fact, first pointed out by Gleevec and subsequently confirmed by other observers, that in cases of artificial menopause, melancholic mental disturbances not infrequently follow the operation, in some instances so severe as to lead to weariness of life and actual suicide. And in general, after the artificial induction of the menopause, psychical disturbances are by no means rare and are sometimes very severe. Such disturbance of the mental balance is seen after our forctomy, especially in women who are still comparatively young and whose sexual powers are still in a ripe state. Whereas when the operation is performed in women of a more advanced age, whose ovaries were already nearly or completely functionless, no psychopathic changes are likely to ensue. In women belonging to the former category, the same etiological influences come into operation as in the physiological menopause. The patient, that is affected by the psychical influences of the removal of the ovaries, not only by the cessation of menstruation and the disappearance of the internal secretion of the reproductive glands, leading to a disturbance of the physical equilibrium, but also by the intellectual recognition of the loss of sexual potency, and a consequent disturbance of the mental balance. In Schlager's opinion, the climacteric has a potent influence in promoting the development of psychical disturbances in women, even when the involution occurs at the normal age. The course of these disturbances is as follows. Soon after the commencement of the process of involution, when for a few months already the menstrual periodicity has been irregular or the flow has been unduly profuse, a change of disposition makes its appearance, at first hardly noticeable, but after a little time manifesting itself clearly in the form of an increase in irritability. The woman finds fault with everything and everybody, becomes mistrustful, suspicious, full of complaints, imagines that the most insignificant annoyances are due to intentional slights. At the same time, she complains of continued sleeplessness, palpitation, various indescribable sensations, and of headache. Occasionally, congestions of the head occur, with alarming dreams, and the moodiness may increase greatly. In this condition, 3 such patients of Schlager's were impelled to attempts at suicide. Schlager further draws attention to the fact that in 22 cases known to him, in which suicide was performed or unsuccessfully attempted by women, in 11 of these, the patient was at the climacteric age. He believes that the most important etiological influence in the production of climacteric mental disorder in such cases is the sudden suppression of menstruation. In the majority of these instances, the mental disorder takes the form of mania. Exceptionally, however, the form of chorea or of catalepsy. By tilt, the following forms of climacteric insanity are distinguished: delirium, mania, hypochondriasis, melancholia, impulsive insanity, and perversion of the moral instincts. The same author publishes the following table showing the age incidence in 1,320 cases of mental disorder in women, from which it appears that during the age of the menopause, a very considerable number of the cases originate, but that after the change of life comparatively few cases occur. In these 1,320 cases, the women were under 15 years of age in 9 instances, over 15 and under 20 in 61, over 20 and under 25 in 216, over 25 and under 30 in 223, over 30 and under 35 in 217, over 35 and under 40 in 218, over 40 and under 45 in 162, over 45 and under 50 in 153, over 50 and under 55 in 122, over 55 and under 60 in 57, over 60 and under 65 in 55, over 65 and under 70 in 27 instances. Fuchs tabulated the ages of 26.3 insane persons. Reducing his results to the ratios per 10,000, he obtained the following results. At ages under 20, women 563, men 649, over 20 and under 30, 1,895, 2,132, over 30 and under 40, 2,557, 2,614, over 40 and under 50, 2,180, 2,080, over 50 and under 60, 1,362, 1,247, over 60, 1,443, 1,278. According to Esquirol, among 198 women who committed suicide, there were 77 between the ages of 40 and 50 years, a number considerably larger than those in any other age decade. Among 235 women suffering from dementia, a moiety had first come under treatment during the climacteric age. The same author published the following data regarding the age incidence of insanity in the case of 6.713 female patients. At ages under 20 years, 348 cases. Between 20 and 25, 563. Between 25 and 30, 727. Between 30 and 40, 1,607. Between 40 and 50, 1,479. Between 50 and 60, 954. above 60, 1,035 cases. Madash found that among 551 women suffering from mental disorder, there were, at ages 0 to 10 years, 9 cases, 10 to 20, 73, 20 to 30, 140, 30 to 40, 114, 40 to 50, 107, over 50, 38 cases. According to von Krafthebing, among 858 insane women, there were about 60 in whom the disorder of the mind appeared to depend upon the influence of the climacteric, and in 25 of these there was hereditary predisposition to mental disease. From Kowalski's interesting work on the psychoses of the climacteric, we quote the following. In women, the climacteric has a distinct influence upon the mental life, and that influence is strongly manifested more especially in cases in which during the age of puberty mental disturbance had previously been noticed. The mental condition in which women approach the change of life is a very variable one, and it is one largely dependent upon the circumstances in which the active years of the sexual life have been passed. In some cases, a woman has been so fortunate as to marry early and from affection, and her whole married life has been passed without disturbance. Her labors have not been exhausting, and her children have enjoyed good health. All have passed through the years of childhood without untoward incident, and their development has been a happy and successful one. In a word, everything has gone well with her and hers. Such a woman will give thanks to God for the rare felicity she has enjoyed, and quietly, patiently, and with understanding will endure the inevitable end of her sexual life. For such a woman, more especially if she comes of a healthy stock, the changes which occur in her reproductive organs at the epoch of the climacteric need not entail any serious shock to her nervous system, nor need they form the culture ground for morbid manifestations in her nervous system or in her mind. Even if any anomalies in nervous working should occur, it will be such only as are aroused by the disturbance of the normal menstrual rhythm. In such cases, they will rarely prove of a serious or enduring character. But look, on the other hand, upon this picture. A woman has married without affection and from pure necessity. Her husband has been a drunkard and rough and unfaithful. She has had a great many children, her labors have been tedious and difficult and accompanied with severe losses of blood. Some of the children fell sick and died, those that survived proved idle, good for nothing, and a burthen. The family life is dominated by quarrelsomeness, disorder, and insufficiency of means. The mother is affected with some chronic disorder of the reproductive organs and is hardly ever out of the doctor's hands. After 25 or 30 years of a life of this kind, the woman enters upon the change of life. Physically exhausted, weary of life, never having known happiness, after an existence full of trouble and wretchedness, with nothing joyful either in her memories of the past or in her prospect of the future. The chief hope of such a woman is that her troubles may soon end with her life. Where the soil is thus physically and mentally exhausted, the development of a neurosis or a psychosis is only too probable on the most trifling, exciting cause. Her life seems of so little worth that thoughts of suicide are likely to be very near at hand. Thus, when the climacteric alterations in the reproductive organs are superadded, melancholia is very likely to supervene. When, however, the case is complicated by hereditary predisposition to insanity, and by the occurrence of actual degenerative changes in the central nervous system, instead of the passive depression of melancholia, we shall rather see the ideas of persecution of paranoia. As an actual fact, these two psychoses, melancholia and paranoia, are the commonest forms of mental disorder at this period of a woman's life. These are the two extremes in woman's mental state at the time when the physical changes of the climacteric period begin in her reproductive organs. It will, of course, be readily understood that between these two extremes lies a series of combinations, any one of which may in individual cases occur. The conditions of life during earlier years have thus a strong determinative influence in the production of mental disorder. And not infrequently in these conditions alone shall we find the efficient cause of the mental degeneration. At times, the memories of her own life have in a woman at the climacteric age so serious an effect that these memories alone constitute the causal agent of the development of a psychosis, or at least so influence the soil as to make it a suitable culture ground for the development of mental disorder. The actual exciting cause of the pathological state being a disturbance of the ordinary menstrual rhythm. In considering the mental condition of women at the outset of the climacteric period, we must not forget those who are called old maids. In their youth, these maidens also have had their ideals, their hopes, their plans, and their sorrows. They also had a natural impulse to love and to be loved in return. They hoped to become wives and mothers. But life has failed to fulfill their hopes and their wishes, and their longings have remained unsatisfied. Some of them have taken up their cross without murmuring, and have devoted their talents, their intelligence, and their love to the service of those nearest to them. But others make an active protest against fate in the form of vindictive feelings towards their environment, of quarrelsomeness, scandal-mongering, etc. Here we see contrasted the two principal types of such women. On the one hand are those who devote their intellectual and spiritual powers to the service of society. These are unselfish sisters of mercy, untiring medical women, invaluable school teachers and governesses, fanatical political agents, etc. Such as these have ceased to live for themselves. In the fullest sense of the words, they mortify the flesh and guide their conduct by lofty moral principles. They have killed their sexual life, and they remain forever virgins, both morally and physically. If, owing to a pathological inheritance, faulty conditions of life, exhausting illnesses, etc., a psychosis develops, the hallucinations and delusions from which they suffer very rarely assume a sexual character, nor are they of a degrading type. The sexual side of life seems, in fact, be they sane or insane, to have undergone complete atrophy. They suffer from simple melancholia with stupor, or their insanity takes a religious turn, but very rarely indeed has it an erotic character. Very different is it with old maids of the second type. They are dissatisfied with life, irritable, quarrelsome, envious, and malicious. They are spiteful and revengeful, gossips and scandalmongers, boast of their own chaste and innocent lives, and never forgive any real or imaginary attempt upon their spotless virtue. At the same time, they never lose hope for the future, and are full of imaginary love affairs, in which they pass through scenes by no means chaste or innocent. They do not shrink from self-abuse and the abnormal gratification of the sexual needs, in which the lacking partner in the sexual act is supplied by the imagination. Under the influence of such abnormal conditions of life, these women frequently become affected by nervous disorders: migraine, neuralgia, cephalalgia, nervous depression, rachalgia, debility, anemia, diseases of the reproductive organs, etc. Thus, when they enter the climacteric age, the soil is fully prepared for the development of mental disorder, which in such individuals is often characterized by hallucinations of sexual sensation and perception, erotic visual and auditory hallucinations, delusions of similar character, increased sexual irritability, a search for abnormal means of sexual gratification, a propensity to obscene speech and conduct, etc. Mental disorder is so common during the climacteric period that the term climacteric insanity has now become established in the literature of mental alienation. In almost all the textbooks of the subject, we find an allusion to this form of mental disease, but there is no real ground for Maudsley's assumption that there is a climacteric insanity sui generis. At the climacteric, very various forms of mental disorder may occur: paranoia, melancholia, and mania. The only common feature in the attacks, owing to which they are classed as climacteric insanity, being the fact that the final determining cause in each case is the onset of the change of life. In fact, this period is not without influence upon the manifestation of the disease. Its stamp is imprinted upon the clinical picture. It endues the disease with certain characteristic features. But still, the peculiarities common to the cases of mental disorder occurring at this time of life in women are not so great as to justify us in describing them as a separate variety of psychosis. According to Kowalski, this so-called climacteric insanity is met with in two principal forms. In many cases, the mental disorder recurs in periodic paroxysms, associated either with the commencement of the menstrual flow or having the periodicity of menstruation after the flow has already ceased to appear. In the other class of cases, the psychosis has no direct connection with menstruation and is dependent upon the joint influence of all the manifestations of the climacteric period. Cases belonging to the former class have been distinguished by Bartle as climacteric pseudomenstrual insanity. The psychoses dependent upon the climacteric influences may, according to Kowalski, appear in almost all the known forms of mental disorder. Precordial anxiety, melancholia, mania, amentia, paranoia, etc. And although they exhibit no features which are absolutely characteristic, or which, as already said, enable us to distinguish a specific, climacteric insanity, yet they all bear a common imprint by means of which we are enabled to detect in their causation the influence of this critical period of life. Thus, precordial anxiety occurs in paroxysms having a more or less regular periodicity, corresponding with that of the expected menstruation. The same feature is observable in the periodic exacerbations of hysterical and epileptic paroxysms. Often, also, there occur at this time sudden changes in the emotional disposition and in the character, in one direction or the other, without the development of actual melancholia or mania. The melancholia of the climacteric period occurs chiefly in married women, more especially in those whose circumstances are unhappy, and it is often manifested by attempts at suicide. Mania is comparatively rare at the climacteric period. When it does occur, it commonly assumes a sexual form, sexual impulses, hallucinations and delusions, and obscene conduct. Such manifestations are seen most often in widows, in old maids, whose morals are not above reproach, and speaking generally, in those whose sexual needs have remained partially or completely ungratified, and in those who have greatly erred in the conduct of this side of life. Amentia also occurs at this time of life, rarely in maniacal form, more frequently in association with menstruation as a periodic psychosis, or as a continuous disorder of mind with exacerbations corresponding to the menstrual periods. It is often characterized by pronounced eroticism. Much more frequent during the climacteric period is the occurrence of paranoia, as Kowalski rightly insists. It is most often met with in old maids with psychopathic predisposition. The imagination of such individuals is always concentrated upon men. They imagine that men in general, but more particularly certain individuals of the opposite sex, are continually regarding them, making eyes at them, making signs to them, in some way or other striving to attract their attention. The most ordinary and invariable forms of polite intercourse are regarded by these women, whose powers of observation are morbidly stimulated, as being indications of a special attention paid to themselves. They persecute these men with their own attentions and imagine that it is the men who are persecuting them. Often this morbid mental state is associated with sexual malpractices, masturbation, etc. Not rarely, such degenerates are affected with lascivious dreams. Often they experience hallucinations of sexual perception in the form of supposed assaults on their virginity. All these states are apt speedily to develop into a condition of general suspiciousness and ideas of persecution. The ideas of persecution assume a peculiar form, one especially characteristic of the climacteric period. The patients believe that a man, often personally unknown to them, and perhaps living in another town, enters into spiritual and bodily intercourse with them. These relations are supposed to be effected in most cases by means of spiritualism, hypnotism, or electricity. The patient importunes the man in question with letters, supposes herself to be legally united with him, and not infrequently wishes to give him the pleasure of paying her bills and providing her with money. It is a very common occurrence for a Catholic priest to be worried by such a woman, her delusion being grounded upon the fact that the priest is supposed to assume an exceptionally intimate spiritual relationship with members of his flock. The patient with ideas of persecution often herself becomes an actual persecutor, not only pestering her victim with innumerable letters, but in her jealousy making scenes whenever she can encounter him, and sometimes giving rise to serious scandal. With such a mental state, we often see associated sexual hallucinations and delusions. The patient believes herself to be pregnant, imagines herself to have been violated, or to be living in carnal intercourse with a man, someone, it may be, with whom she is not even acquainted. Medical men are especially apt to suffer from the accusations of such women, whom they may have examined in private in entire ignorance of the patient's mental condition. Frequently, such ideas of sexual persecution are associated with paroxysms of violent nymphomania, and in this way also the unwary physician may find himself placed in an extremely unpleasant position. It occasionally happens in such patients that abnormalities of the sexual instinct arise, and they begin to feel desire towards individuals of their own sex. Such delusions of persecution by means of hypnotism, spiritualism, the telephone, etc., in association with sexual delusions and nymphomania, are so frequent during the climacteric period that they may be regarded as preeminently constituting climacteric insanity. Frequently, some old hysterical state underlies this form of mental disorder. Thus, these peculiar manifestations of eroticism must be regarded as the distinctive characteristics of climacteric insanity, and more particularly of climacteric paranoia. A second characteristic of climacteric insanity is, according to Garrett, the marked development of jealous emotions and delusions. In addition to these fully developed psychoses, there occur in degenerates at the climacteric age paroxysms of impulsive insanity in the form of dipsomania, kleptomania, pyromania, exhibitionism, irresistible impulse to suicide, homicide, infanticide, etc. Such paroxysmal impulsive manifestations are, according to Kowalewski, commonly associated with menstrual disturbances. They occur most frequently at the due dates of menstruation, when the flow fails to appear. 169 cases of climacteric psychosis were classified by Matash as follows: melancholia 36 cases, mania 2 cases, melancholia passing on into paranoia 28 cases, melancholia passing on into secondary dementia 17 cases, paranoia 43 cases, neurasthenia during the climacteric period followed by mental disorder 19 cases, neurasthenia prior to the climacteric period, followed by mental disorder during the climacteric period 10 cases, apoplexy, cerebral abscess, dementia 6 cases, epilepsy 2 cases, alternating insanity 3 cases, paralytic dementia 5 cases. Von Krafft-Ebing classified 60 cases of climacteric psychosis as follows: melancholia 4 cases, alternating insanity 1 case, acute delirium 1 case, primary insanity. A with primordial delirium 36 cases, B paralytic dementia 12 cases. The prognosis in cases of climacteric psychosis is regarded by Kowalewski as unfavorable. Unfavorable vital conditions are associated with retrogressive metamorphosis of the tissues. Hence, mental disorder arising at this time of life is hardly less serious than that due to actual degeneration of cerebral tissues. Indeed, according to Schul, there is during the climacteric period an especial danger of the development of atrophic cerebral processes with apoplectic and epileptic seizures. Schlager also regards the prognosis of climacteric insanity as unfavorable. But Merson, on the other hand, observed among women suffering from climacteric psychoses a recovery rate of over 50%. On previously existent psychoses in women, the onset of the climacteric exercises in most cases an unfavorable influence, and very exceptionally only at this time do we observe the cure or remission of a chronic mental disorder to occur. Kowalewski has seen cases of chronic mania in which a cure was obtained at the climacteric period. A somewhat excessive excitability and inclination to violence remained, however, as vestiges of the former insanity. Matash, keeping under observation 60 women affected with chronic mental disorder as they attain the climacteric period, noticed that in 14 instances the mental condition changed for the worse at this period, whilst in 13 the character of the mental disease underwent a change, excitement giving place to apathy and dementia. Griesinger had earlier pointed out that at the time of the cessation of menstruation, there would occasionally occur amelioration, and even cure, of a previously existing chronic mental disorder. More often, however, the influence of the menopause was an unfavorable one, a hitherto changeable and irritative form of mental disease becoming transformed into chronic insanity with inalterable delusions, or into dementia. The course of mental disorder, such as melancholia, first making its appearance at the climacteric epoch, was also regarded by Griesinger as likely to be unfavorable. Part 5, Hygiene during the menopause. Hygiene during the menopause. During the critical years of a woman's life, it is the aim of hygiene to employ all the means available to counteract the changes in the circulation of the blood, the disturbances in the working of the nervous system, and the nutritive disorders, which are in various ways dependent upon the changes occurring in the reproductive organs during the climacteric period. Its endeavor should be so to regulate the conduct of life in this epoch that the important episode of the gradual decline and ultimate extinction of sexual productivity shall be effected with as few local troubles as possible, and as slight variations in the general condition. By means of baths of various temperature, duration, mode of application, and composition, and by other selected hydrotherapeutic procedures, we are enabled during the disturbances of the menopause to exert upon the skin a powerful derivative influence, and in this way to diminish the passive hyperemia of the uterus and the uterine annexa. By the same means, we can exercise a sedative influence on the peripheral nerves and thus further upon the entire nervous system, whenever such measures are called for by the manifold indications of increased irritability. Further, by the use of baths we can influence the circulation of the blood, we can increase the sudatory activity of the skin, and in various additional ways we can affect heat production and metabolism, thus modifying the processes occurring in the reproductive organs, making the conditions favorable for the absorption of exudations, and promoting a healthy tissue change in the mucous membrane of the genital passages. In climacteric women, the most usual indications are for the employment of water baths at an indifferent temperature, 35 to 37 degrees C, of moderate duration, 15 to 20 minutes, the bath being one of simple immersion, not of douche or effusion, and the temperature being kept constant by continuous inflow of a sufficient quantity of hot water. Such baths as these promote in a mild but continuously efficient manner the functions of the skin, so important during the climacteric epoch, and they lessen the almost constant tendency to perspirations and to the development of diseases of the skin. The moderate degree of thermic stimulus exercised by baths at such an indifferent temperature leads them to have an equable sedative effect upon the nervous system, which is probably dependent upon an influence exerted through the intermediation of the sensory nerve terminals in the skin. And this is most beneficial in lessening the increased general irritability, both spontaneous and reflex, so commonly manifested by the nervous system at the climacteric period. In women at this time of life, such baths are most useful in allaying the common cutaneous hyperesthesias and neuralgias, and have a reflex influence also upon the visceral neuralgias and psychical hyperesthesias. In climacteric women suffering from abnormal sensitiveness to sensory impressions, to strong light and loud noises, or from painful sensations in the most diverse nerve areas, in those subject to palpitation of the heart after some trivial exciting cause, in those affected with cramp-like seizures in the pharynx, the esophagus, the stomach, and the intestinal tract, in women with distressing sensations of itching and burning in the reproductive organs, or in those in whom there is a great increase in the intensity of the sexual impulse. In all these common disturbances of the menopause, by the daily use of such immersion baths of water at an indifferent temperature, best taken immediately before retiring to rest, we shall often succeed in inducing both local and general repose, in diminishing the spontaneous and reflex irritability of the nervous system, and in inducing quiet and restorative sleep. In other cases of disturbances of health during the climacteric period, however, more benefit may be derived from hot immersion baths, taken at a temperature well above blood heat and lasting longer than the warm baths just described. These are indicated when we wish to increase the activity of the circulation through the skin, to give rise to hyperemia of the superficial structures of the body, to stimulate powerfully the cutaneous nerves, to promote cutaneous perspiration. In short, to exercise a powerful derivative effect, to promote resorption, and to accelerate the general processes of tissue change. This method of treatment is suitable for cases in which at the commencement of the menopause there are already pathological conditions of the reproductive organs, the morbid states being now aggravated by the processes of the climacteric. Such conditions are metritis and endometritis, chronic inflammations of the intrapelvic connective tissue, and of the pelvic peritoneum. And one of the first aims of treatment must be to promote the softening and subsequent absorption of these inflammatory products. Again, in cases in which the climacteric troubles, dependent in part on increased general arterial blood pressure, manifest themselves chiefly in the form of active congestions, fugitive heats, vertigo, etc. The employment of hot baths is likely to be most useful by leading to a notable enlargement of the cutaneous capillary blood vessels and consequent lowering of arterial blood pressure. Further, in cases of compensatory fluxes, periodic diarrheas, periodic leukorrhea, following the suppression of the menstrual flow, in cases of vicarious hemorrhage, the use of hot baths is often competent to restore the functional activity of the ovaries when this has undergone premature cessation. In addition, their use assists us in our endeavors to counteract excessive obesity and gouty disorders, diseases which tend especially to make their appearance in women at the epoch of the menopause, disorders of metabolism intimately associated with the disturbances of the uterine and ovarian functions characteristic of the change of life. In all the conditions just enumerated, if we desire a still more powerful influence than that exerted by ordinary hot baths, it is in our power to employ hot mineral water baths, by means of which a chemical, and perhaps also an electrical, stimulation of the cutaneous nerves is superadded to the simple thermic stimulus conveyed by the hot water. The different effects of the various mineral baths depends upon both the saline and the gaseous constituents of the different springs, and upon the peculiar physical properties of the mineral waters. Sudorific baths are of various kinds. Some, Russian baths, consist of hot air saturated with moisture. Others, Roman Irish baths, consist of dry hot air. The most recent of all are the electric light baths, in which the radiant heat of electric lamps is utilized. But owing to the great increase in the body temperature which they cause, with consequent increased frequency of pulse and breathing, and still more on account of the rapid and extensive increase in blood pressure to which they give rise, these powerful sudorific baths are rarely suitable for climacteric women, and if used at all in such cases, the greatest caution must be employed. Their use is indicated only in women in whom at the time of the menopause, the rapid onset of obesity has given rise to serious troubles, but in whom the heart is perfectly sound, and in whom the blood vessels show no trace of sclerosis. Far less often than warm or hot baths, or mineral water baths, are cold baths employed during the climacteric period, for baths at a temperature considerably below the indifferent point, and other hydrotherapeutic procedures in which cold water is used, stimulate the nervous system so powerfully and give rise to so great an increase in blood pressure, that their use is generally to be avoided in climacteric women, since indeed it is apt to entail serious dangers both physical and mental. Immersion baths, plunge baths, or sponge baths, in which the water employed is at a temperature of 18 degrees C or less, are contraindicated, for they act too energetically, abstract heat too powerfully, to be safely employed at this epoch of life. If we seek by means of hydrotherapeutic measures to counteract states of congestion at the time of the menopause, and at the same time to bring about a general invigoration of the patient's nervous system, immersion baths, the water of which is not below 20 degrees C and lasting from 5 to 15 minutes, would appear to be indicated. In the majority of such cases, however, a somewhat higher temperature is preferable, from 26 to 28 degrees C, the patient lying at full length in the bath, immersed to above the shoulders, and the water not being agitated except by a moderate rubbing of the surface of the body whilst the patient is in the bath. When, however, the patient sits in the bath, the water covering only the lower half of the body as high as the navel, a somewhat lower temperature is permissible, 20 to 25 degrees C. But the duration should not exceed 5 minutes, moderate mechanical manipulations being carried out meanwhile. Such baths appear to reduce nervous irritability and to have a sedative effect in the manifold nervous disturbances of the climacteric period. Sitz baths, again, of a longer duration, 20 to 60 minutes, the water reaching only to the navel, and being at a temperature varying from 16 to 25 degrees C, are useful in relieving chronic inflammatory states of the reproductive organs and the associated erotic states and abdominal pain and irritability. Colder sitz baths, even of brief duration, should, on the other hand, be avoided. Similarly, a shower bath of water at a temperature of 18 to 24 degrees C, lasting 1 to 2 minutes, and the water falling only from a very slight elevation above the head, have a valuable sedative action. But, on the other hand, a colder shower bath of water falling from a greater height has an exciting action and is to be avoided at this time of life. When there are severe congestive symptoms, friction of the hands and feet for a short time with water at a temperature from 12 to 17 degrees C, followed by a quarter of an hour's rest in bed, may be recommended. Also, immersion of the feet for a minute in water at a temperature of 10 degrees C, the feet being vigorously rubbed the while, followed by a walk in the open for 5 or 10 minutes. In cases of sleeplessness at the menopause due to congestion, a useful method is to dip the feet for 20 or 30 seconds in water at a temperature of 8 to 10 degrees C, the feet being briskly rubbed whilst in the water, or moved rapidly up and down with treading movements. After withdrawal, they are quickly dried, and the patient immediately goes to bed. Another useful mild soporific measure is to apply before going to bed bandages wrung out of cold water. These reach from the foot to the knee and are left on for the whole night. In cases of climacteric menorrhagia, my vaginal refrigerator should be used for the direct application of cold to the reproductive organs. This is a cylindrical apparatus introduced into the vagina. Cold water flows through the interior of the apparatus without wetting the vaginal mucous membrane. This cooling apparatus is useful also in troublesome cases of genital pruritus. Cold douches to the vulva for 1 or 2 minutes at a time are likewise valuable in the relief of this affection. For climacteric women, cold sea bathing is as little to be recommended as other cold hydrotherapeutic measures, owing to its powerful refrigerative effect and the great mechanical influence of the moving water in the waves. But in certain cases, in which sea air is likely to be beneficial, lukewarm sea baths may also be recommended. Their effect is similar to that of weak brine baths at a similar temperature. During the climacteric period, especial attention must be paid to the care of the skin. Owing to the extreme sensitiveness of the skin at this time of life to outward noxious influences, it is necessary to exercise great care to dry the skin very thoroughly after ordinary ablutions of the face and hands. Irritating soaps should be avoided, and a bland powder should be applied after drying. During the earlier part of the climacteric period, when menstruation has already ceased, and senile changes in the skin with atrophy of the subcutaneous tissues have commenced, the extreme dryness of the skin may be relieved by lukewarm baths with wet packs to follow. After the bath, the woman is enveloped in moist linen cloths and then covered over all with a blanket. When the skin chaps readily, an unction of lanolin ointment will be found useful. Cleanliness of the genital organs, at all times of importance, is doubly so during the climacteric period, for the reason that neglect in this respect is apt to lead to the onset of genital pruritus. Not only after defecation, but after each act of urination as well, the external genital organs and the anus should be carefully washed over with a pad of clean absorbent wool moistened with lukewarm water. After the washing, either powder or ointment should be applied, the former in cases in which the skin of the parts is usually damp from a natural tendency to excessive secretion, the latter in cases in which the skin is dry and tends to crack. Bodily exercise, carefully selected and regulated to suit the individuality of each patient, is a powerful means of relieving the disturbances of the menopause. Regular and methodical bodily exercise, to which it must be remembered, women at the climacteric period commonly feel considerable aversion, manifests its good effects in the form of improvement in the nutritive conditions and functional activity of all the organs, and increased activity of all metabolic changes, which are commonly sluggish in women at the change of life. Moreover, muscular exercise, by increasing the volume of blood passing through the muscles, has a beneficial derivative influence in diminishing the congestion of the brain and the other troublesome congestive symptoms, which are liable to occur in women during the menopause. Again, in cases of excessive obesity, such as so commonly occur in women at the change of life, the increased combustion of fat promoted by regular muscular exercise cannot fail to have a beneficial effect. Finally, suitably selected muscular exercise has a favorable influence also upon the nervous system, the functional activity of which it facilitates, while at the same time it strengthens the powers of the will. It is therefore of importance that at the time of the menopause women should continue to undertake appropriate active exercise, regular daily walks, which should include walking up a moderate incline. As a preparation for such exercise, or in bad weather, or, again, when there are special reasons against open-air exercise, and finally as a supplementary exercise to walking, gymnastics, and massage may be employed. Such gymnastic procedures are to be chosen as will serve to deplete the vessels of the head, will have a favorable influence upon the portal circulation, and will withdraw the bloodstream from the pelvic organs. Such are, in addition to general gymnastic exercises, methodical deep breathing, methodical exercise of the abdominal muscles, exercises involving the extensors of the back and the abductors and external rotators of the thigh, and exercises of the extremities. Various gymnastic apparatus may be employed with advantage, and more especially those in which the various muscular movements are effected against a resistance. But in all cases, extreme care must be taken to avoid overfatigue and overexertion. A graduated form of bodily exercise combined with passive gymnastics, suitable for climacteric women, is massage, in which by mechanical stimulation, by pressure and friction of the whole body or of certain parts, the nutrition of the muscles is favorably influenced, and the activity of the general circulation is increased. In the use of massage also, in climacteric women, all undue excitation of the nervous system is to be carefully avoided. A mild form of this powerful agent must alone be employed. Gentle stretching and rubbing of the skin of the lower extremities, the back, and the abdomen, followed by gentle kneading of the muscles. Massage of the internal reproductive organs, in view of the common tendency to sexual excitability in women at the climacteric, is mentioned only to be prohibited. For the same reason, and also on account of the frequency with which at the time of the menopause women suffer from tachycardia and from other disorders of the heart, bicycling is in most cases an unsuitable exercise at this time of life. A matter of great importance is the regulation of the diet of women during this phase of life. The aim of such regulation being one which the older physicians sought to fulfill by means of venesection and wet cupping, namely, to overcome the abnormality in the constitution of the blood, which arises from the cessation of the internal secretion of the ovaries, and further to relieve the symptom complex of abdominal plethora and the various passive hyperemias and collateral congestions, and in addition to subdue the great general nervous irritability, the sensibility to external stimuli, the inclination to excessive reflex manifestations, characteristic in women during the climacteric period. The diet must be regulated in respect both of quality and quantity, and it is obvious that the regulation must be thoughtfully adapted to the needs of each individual case. As regards quantity, the main general principle of dietetics for climacteric women is that overnutrition is to be avoided, that the quantity of nutriment must be reduced to the absolute minimum necessary to supply the needs of the tissues. In view of the fact that we are concerned with women at a comparatively advanced period of life, whose physical labors are not as a rule exhausting, that quantity of food will usually be sufficient which is competent to furnish 35 to 40 calories per body kilogram per diem. If we assume that the mean body weight of a woman as the climacteric age is 60 kilograms, the heat equivalent of the food required daily by such a woman may be estimated at 2,100 to 2,400 calories. This will be approximately supplied by a diet consisting of 100 grams albumin, 60 grams fat, and 350 grams carbohydrate. The customary preference for a large amount of nitrogenous food is, however, not dependent upon physiological requirements, and provided that the needful minimum of albumin is supplied, the requisite number of calories may be furnished by very various combinations of the different nutritive elements. The general principles of the qualitative regulation of the diet of climacteric women are, first, that after the necessary minimum of albumin has been supplied, there shall be added an amount of carbohydrate and of fat varying in relative proportions and quantities according to the physiological requirements of the individual, but taken together sufficient to supply the necessary heat equivalent. Secondly, that there should be an abundant consumption of water. Thirdly, that stimulating dietetic adjuvants should as far as possible be avoided. The nitrogenous equilibrium of the body may be maintained either by animal or by vegetable proteids. In the case of the former, The climacteric woman should avoid those containing considerable quantities of nucleoalbumin or of deleterious products of tissue change. In the case of the latter, she should avoid those likely to cause undue stimulation of the intestinal tract. Of flesh foods, those kinds are to be preferred which contain small quantities only of extractives, since these substances are supposed to have a stimulating influence upon the nerves and the heart. Hence, boiled meat is better than roasted, and the flesh of young animals and fish are to be preferred to game, and the last mentioned is to be avoided especially for this reason, that the flavors for which it is valued by the gourmet are products of partial decomposition arising from prolonged hanging. For similar reasons, meat extracts, animal soups, sausages, smoked flesh and fish, and preserved meats should all be avoided. From the intimate connection between the ingestion of nuclein and the formation of uric acid, albumins rich in nuclein are to be forbidden. Such are the various foods consisting chiefly of gland cells, sweetbread, liver, brain, kidneys, etc., as well as from the appropriate flesh foods. The requisite albumin may most suitably be obtained from eggs and milk. On the other hand, caviar is unsuitable owing to its stimulant action on the genital organs, cheese because it contains large quantities of the products of decomposition of casein and milk fat. The fermented milks, kumis and kefir, are likewise unsuitable. Suitable vegetable foods for the supply of albumin are porridge, bread, and the leguminosae. Nuts, on the other hand, cause too much irritation of the stomach and intestines. For women during the climacteric period, we recommend a mixed diet moderate in quantity. The amount of flesh and fat in the diet should not be large, while cereals, green vegetables, and fruit may be taken in greater abundance. Irritant vegetable foods must be avoided, and especially those which tend to stimulate unduly intestinal muscular activity and intestinal secretion. It is important that an abundance of water should be taken, not less than 2 or 3 pints daily, and a pure, fresh, spring water is preferable to the aerated waters, natural or artificial. Alcoholic beverages are to be avoided, and more especially those which are rich in extractives as well as in alcohol. For this latter reason, beer and champagne are harmful, while spirits and liqueurs are to be condemned on account of the high percentage of alcohol they contain. The stimulating alkaloidal drinks, tea and coffee, are also to be avoided, or if taken at all, only in a very dilute form. With regard to the preparation of the food, the cardinal principle is that it should be as little irritant as possible, neither mechanically irritating the alimentary tract by an excess of indigestible or undigested residue, nor irritating it chemically by an excessive admixture of sugar, salt, vinegar, pepper, and other spices, nor, finally, giving rise to thermal irritation by being excessively hot or extremely cold. The individual meals are preferably small ones, and they must therefore be taken at comparatively short intervals, 5 times daily, the principal meal being taken at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the supper being comparatively early, at 7 or 8 o'clock. Note: in his discussion of the details of diet for women during the climacteric period, hours of meals, actual dishes, etc., the author refers exclusively to Austrian and German customs in these matters. The translator has not attempted to adapt the following pages to the needs of English readers, as he feels that the general principles already given will enable the English medical man to construct without serious difficulty suitable diet tables for the cases with which he has to deal. Suitable articles of food are the following: soups, broths, and other liquid foods. Soups and broths made from the flesh or bones of beef, mutton, veal, chicken, or pigeon, without the addition of meat extract, or of meat juices, peptones, somatose, or nutrose, but with the addition of barley, oatmeal, rice, wheatmeal, rye meal, peas, beans, lentils, vermicelli, or macaroni. Also broths or porridge made from any kind of ground cereal, or from potatoes, or from peas, beans, or lentils. Flesh foods: lean beef, veal, mutton, roast or boiled, pigeon, chicken, certain fresh fish, pike, haddock, sole, perch, and trout. Unsuitable are pork, goose, eels, salmon, herrings, oysters, caviar, lobster, crabs, smoked meat, hare, venison, wild duck, brain, liver, kidneys. Vegetables, sweets, and savories: green peas, spinach, cauliflower, carrots, turnips, buttered eggs, omelette, boiled and baked puddings, rice boiled in milk, apples and rice, whipped cream, salads, wheaten bread, French rolls, biscuits, and rusks. Fruits: Almost all fruits may be taken, raw, cooked, or preserved, also in the form of currant and other fruit cakes and as fruitices. Beverages: milk, buttermilk, water, the same acidulated with various fruit juices and essences, weak tea with plenty of milk, cocoa, chocolate. To be forbidden are beer, strong and sweet wines, distilled spirits. An example is subjoined of a simple diet table compiled on the above principles. Afternoon: a cup of milk, roll, and butter. Middle of morning: soup, roll. Midday meal: soup, roast meat, green vegetables, pudding, fruit, bread. Breakfast: a cup of milk, roll. Supper: soup, 2 soft eggs, bread, fruit. Total: 1,617 grams, containing 110.5 grams albumin, 69.9 grams fat, 304.5 grams carbohydrate. In addition, water, ad libitum, and perhaps a little light wine. In many cases, however, a mainly vegetarian diet may be more suitable, and more particularly a mainly fruit diet, in order to diminish persistent congestive symptoms. In such cases, a diet table may be recommended for short periods. First breakfast: an apple and an orange. Second breakfast: 25 grams of white bread with butter and 3 baked apples. Dinner: 100 grams fish or meat, potatoes, green vegetables, 3 boiled or baked apples. Afternoon: an orange or an apple or a pear or some grapes. Supper: milk, apples and rice, oranges, grapes, figs. Beverages: water with or without fruit juices or essences. Changes in the above diet table could very readily be effected, whereby the quantity of carbohydrate could be increased and the quantity of albumin lessened. In women of sanguine temperament and full habit of body, who at the time of the menopause very rapidly become obese, important changes in the diet become necessary. The main principles of a fat-reducing diet are the following: avoidance of all overfeeding, reduction of the quantity of food taken below the former average amount, with retention, however, of a sufficiency of nutrient material to maintain the metabolic equilibrium of the essential tissues. The maintenance of this metabolic equilibrium demands a sufficiency of nitrogenous foods, but the fats in the diet may be reduced to a minimum, and the carbohydrates may also be very greatly diminished. At the same time, there must be systematic bodily exercise, and the hours of sleep must not exceed a nightly average of 7. For obese women at the climacteric period, a suitable average diet would contain 160 grams albumin, 12 grams fat, and 120 grams carbohydrate, yielding a daily heat equivalent of 1,250 to 1,300 calories. A sample diet table constructed on these principles is appended. Breakfast: a cup of weak tea with milk but no sugar, white bread, lean cold meat. Dinner: small cup of clear soup, lean beef, green vegetables, salad, etc., fruit, roll. Afternoon: a cup of weak tea with milk but no sugar. Supper: soup, lean roast meat, roll. Total: 1,245 grams, containing 155.9 grams albumin, 13.2 grams fat, 118.6 grams carbohydrate. In the selection of individual articles of diet, it is important to bear in mind the fact that in all climacteric women, it must be our aim to stimulate intestinal muscular activity and intestinal secretion to a moderate extent. For by more active intestinal secretion, abdominal congestion is to some extent relieved, and by intestinal transudation, and by diminution of the lateral pressure, the circulation through the abdominal vessels is facilitated. By thus lowering the intra-abdominal blood pressure, we shall assist in relieving a number of chronic hyperemic states of the pelvic and various other organs, from which women are prone to suffer at the menopause. Hence, all articles of diet must be forbidden which have a tendency to give rise to constipation. But we must also forbid all substances which leave extensive undigested residues, such as the rinds of fruits, large quantities of porridge, etc., hard meats, nuts, and the like. Most suitable are those articles of diet which contain large percentages of fluid constituents, such as milk, thin soups, weak tea, white meat, veal, breast of chicken, etc. Of vegetables, those are best which contain plenty of water and an abundance of the organic acids, young, fresh garden produce, lettuce, cauliflower, young green peas, young carrots, turnips, etc. Juicy fruits are good, apples, pears, cherries, and plums. Butter and honey are also excellent. In many persons suffering from constipation, All that is necessary for their relief is to give a tumblerful of cold water the first thing in the morning. With others, the use in addition of wholemeal bread with plenty of butter and honey and uncooked fruit is required. In women suffering from the various disturbances of the climacteric period in an aggravated form, either because the menopause occurs at an unusually early age, or because the suppression of menstruation has taken place suddenly instead of gradually, especially in cases of heart trouble, severe vertigo, pronounced vasomotor disturbances, or mental excitement, I have sometimes found a methodical milk cure carried on for several weeks most beneficial. By this, I do not mean an exclusive diet of milk, but a diet consisting chiefly of milk and milk foods. Owing to the absence of all irritation of the nervous and vascular systems, this diet has a very definite sedative influence in such cases. The milk should be skimmed and should be given 4 times daily in gradually increasing quantities, the total amount rising from 10 ounces to 50 ounces daily. The only other meal should be a substantial midday dinner, consisting of soup, roasted white meat, young green vegetables, and a little fruit. In some instances, to prevent constipation, it is necessary to add 10 grams of milk sugar to each glass of milk. In other cases, it is necessary to dilute the milk with water. It is obvious that the quantity of milk given is not alone sufficient to maintain the metabolic equilibrium of the body. But the defect in this respect is made up by the substantial meal given at midday. Among the stimulating influences, which during the sexual epoch of the menopause are as far as possible to be avoided, we must unhesitatingly include the practice of coitus. Inasmuch as at this time of life, there already exists a strong tendency towards the occurrence of hyperemia of the reproductive organs. And sexual intercourse, increasing as it inevitably must, this tendency to hyperemia should be indulged in as little as possible. And yet precisely in women of the climacteric age, in la femme demi-ville, there often exists a strong desire to drain the cup of sexual pleasure to its dregs. Not infrequently, therefore, the physician is asked to advise regarding the proposed marriage of a woman in whom the menopause is drawing near, the desired husband being young, or at least still fully virile. If the advice is given in all sincerity with a sole eye to the woman's health, the medical man will definitely forbid the marriage. When, however, the changes of the menopause are fully completed, when the woman's reproductive organs have undergone complete senile atrophy, there is no medical reason why a couple who wish to give a tender name to an intimate friendship between man and woman should refrain from marriage, provided that both have attained a like stage of sexual decline. But, writes Tilt, a union between frosty January and blooming May is likely to be as dangerous to the health as it is to the happiness of both. Whilst attending to the regulation of the physical diet of his climacteric patient, the physician should not overlook her psychical regimen. A woman's mind is very powerfully affected by the processes of the menopause. On the one hand, her fears are stimulated by the thought that she is entering upon the critical age, of whose dangers she has often been warned. And on the other hand, she is mentally depressed by the knowledge that she is about to lose the charms of womanhood and to decline in sexual esteem. It is well, therefore, for women during the years of change to have some kind of employment, which fills their hours, occupies their thoughts, and leaves a certain scope for the exercise of feminine vanity. Works of benevolence or of general utility and literary occupations are thus of great advantage to climacteric women. Plato, indeed, pointed out that women at this time of their lives should occupy themselves with literature and intellectual culture. Just as it is the duty of the physician, more especially of the family physician, to enlighten the maiden on the threshold of her sexual development regarding the processes of the awakening sexual life, and to give her the necessary instruction concerning the hygienic measures which it is proper for her to adopt. So also is it his duty to convey medical information to the woman who stands on the threshold of sexual decadence. A woman's ignorance is often equally profound at both these epochs of the sexual life. A woman in the early 40s often does not suspect, or at least refuses to acknowledge, that she is gradually drawing near to the end of her sexual life. And she is still farther from the knowledge that definite rules of general and sexual hygiene must be observed by her if she wishes to minimize the dangers of the critical period. The medical friend, in an earnest though far from gloomy manner, will expound to her the nature of the physiological processes of the menopause, and will instruct her regarding the corresponding preventive measures: diet, exercise, clothing, care of the skin, and the regulation of sexual intercourse. Moreover, the physician, by means of skillfully directed inquiries regarding certain symptoms, will be enabled to gain early information about the occurrence of abnormal processes at this period of life, and will in this way detect the first beginnings of many diseases which are amenable to treatment only at the very outset of their course. For example, Brière du Boismont, an early and accurate observer of this sexual epoch in the life of woman, points out that in cases in which, during the change of life, a woman experiences an increased inclination for sexual intercourse, 19 times out of 20, a local examination will disclose the existence of some disease of the reproductive apparatus. Similarly, every gynecologist is now familiar with the fact that unusually free, atypical hemorrhages during the climacteric period are commonly indications of the existence of a uterine neoplasm. Much evil may be avoided, and much suffering can be diminished if the physician, in accordance with the advice of Hippocrates, does not limit his activities strictly to the exercise of the healing art, but stands by a woman's side as her mentor and confidant during the troublesome years of her sexual decline. And he will best fulfill these functions if he succeeds in convincing the climacteric woman of the profound truth embodied in the saying of the great French philosopher: Qui en a pas l'esprit de son age, de son age tout le malheur.